2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I can flip a dollar to $1 million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. It's a new day, days been new. Been a decade since I made it out of rental. We some owners, baby, we don't got no rent due. My trick, but my wife, you like the trick too. Merry Christmas, hey, Saint Nick. What we want, get, we on wait list. How we got here doesn't make sense. Have patience, that'll make sense. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I can flip a dollar to $1 million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. Picking up the slack, joining this prime way I'm getting to the rack. I do what I want, when I want, where I want, no cap. Put in all work, now I'm getting to the back. 25-8, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Navy blue tank, I don't wear it for the time. Real hustler, baby, throw my rollie in the sky.
Get ready for blast off.
Ball pointing cushy, so you know it's berserk. Trevor on the mix, so you know we gon' work. I might leave in one, find a beach and go surf. I'ma ride the wave till I'm out of this earth. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I can flip a dollar to $1 million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really.
What it is, it's your boy BMU, the Troublemaker. All right, this is a Troublemaker Network with a bunch of troublemakers. Yes. Tonight we talking about only emasculated men will vote for Harris. Guys, listen, a lot of people don't want to talk about this. But it's okay. We're gonna talk about it. Listen, it's just like preaching, guys. It's just like preaching the gospel. You got to preach it in season. The Bible says you got to preach it in season, out of season. When people want to hear it, when they don't want to hear it. When it's good for people and when people feel like it's bad for them, we still have to have the conversation, whether it's 3 people, 5 people, 10 people, or 12. We still got to deliver the message, hell. All right? So it is what it is tonight. The conversation has to go on. And every conversation we have is going to be a little uncomfortable for a lot of people, and it's okay. We're still going to have the conversation, though. All right. And I think I got the right gang of people to do it. And tonight, normally we have a set panel tonight, but I want to bring on a few people so we can invite a few people. Yeah. Let me say it again. I want to invite a few people. We only have a few people, so we can invite a few people. So if you look pinned at the top of the chat, you will see the StreamYard link up there. We want to hear your voice tonight. You right there in the audience, watch it on your TV, watch it on your iPad, watch it on your phone. We want to hear what you have to say tonight. If you agree or disagree, let us hear your voice tonight. Join the panel. The StreamYard is right there. The link is right there for you to join tonight. Now, before I want to do some housekeeping, because I know some people in the sanctuary tonight. So let's see who we got in here tonight. We got Take Heed to the doggone message in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all might as well put your hands together for the queen. I heard YouTube is going to make her the face of YouTube pretty soon. So y'all get ready for that. They're going to have a picture of Take Heed on the front. When you click on YouTube, she's gonna be on there like this. I can't wait, baby. She's gonna have that purple. You know, purple make her stand out better. I don't know if she know that, but when she put that purple on, purple commands the room. And Take Heed put that purple on, then she have the purple diamonds coming right here, and she have her glasses pulled all the way back like this with that purple. I think when she wear that purple, those are nights she had to leave early because her husband be like, you need to come over here. You need to come here. All right, shout out to Take Heed, man. If you have not subscribed, hit the like button for Take Heed. You have lost your damn entire mind. Go over there every morning. She's cooking breakfast and lunch over there on her channel. Make sure you go and subscribe, like, and pay attention. All right, also, in the building tonight, we got 18 in the building, 183307. She said, good evening, everyone. Good evening, sweetheart. How are you? Shug, thank you for being a moderator for this channel. You are amazing. I love you. I love you. All right, who else we got in here tonight? Let's see. We got Boss Man in the building tonight. Listen, I got a surprise for y'all coming up in about a week or so. I ain't gonna say nothing though. I'm just gonna wait. All right, 18. Thank you for liking that intro, baby. It went hard. Yes, it did. All right, we got green beans in the building. Green beans in the building, man. What's up with your partner? All right, let's see. We got Catelia in the building. What's going on, Sugarfoot? The beautiful Milani's in the building. All right, Catelia, thank you for being a moderator of this channel as well. You do a lot, and you make sure that the channel flows through the chat. So thank you so much. It's a bigger role coming for her. All she got to do is say, I'm ready. And we in there like swimwear. All right, let's see. Milani, thank you for being here tonight, my love, and being in the chat and taking care of the chat tonight. Let's see here. And then we got marriage, politics, and sports in the building. Our Pain is in the building. The Continent. If you don't know his nickname, ladies and gentlemen, the Continent is in the building. All right, I want to bring up the few people tonight so we can bring up a few people. Guys, moderators, as people come in, keep reminding them that the StreamYard link is at the top. If they have something they want to say, make sure their cameras are on. Keep reiterating that we want to see their beautiful faces in the place so we can continue to have the conversation. All right, let me bring up the mighty few tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, first I want to bring up Boss Man himself is in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We got Our Pain in the building. The Continent is in the building tonight.
Hello.
Good to see you, guy. Good to see you. Oh man, listen, y'all. I'll be trying to help y'all, man. But this next person that I'm going to bring up, she's like a lyrical genius. She's like one of those Brooklyn rappers who was raised in New Jersey and you know, just
take heed to the motherfucking message. I'll take a picture, write it down. I don't give a fuck. You hear me? Do what it do.
Take heed. Is in the building today. Take heed to the message today. It's so good to see you, Sugarfoot. All right, now it's so good to see you guys, man. And now I want to ask you guys how you doing, and then we're gonna jump right into the conversation. Shout out to Embrace the Grace. She's working late tonight. I don't think she's working late. I think she's looking back at it, but she says she's working late, so let her get her thing. Let her do her thing, and we'll talk to her later. But we'll start with Our Pain first. Our Pain, how are you tonight, sir? And how's your family?
I'm doing fine. Everybody's cool. Can't complain. You know, wife's down there looking at the debate. I gave her an ultimatum on who to vote for, and and she ignored me like she usually does. So, anyway, so everything's cool, man. The kids are doing well. I keep calling them kids. I guess they'll be 80 years old. I'm gonna keep calling them kids.
Yeah, they're your babies.
Everybody's still doing cool, man. I can't complain.
Now we got Bossman in the building tonight. Bossman, how are you and how's your wife? How's your children tonight?
I'm doing all right. Wife is doing all right. I think she'll be tuning into the show. We'll see. Actually, funny enough, she's watching the debate before I actually came downstairs. I was watching it a moment ago, and I just put the little guy down. So, but everyone's doing all right on this end.
Now, I was watching a little bit of the debate on the way home. I just left my son's football game, and I was watching a little bit of it on the way home. Let's just say Kamala don't have a lot of defense. Yeah, she don't have a lot. Donald was giving it to her. And not only was he giving it to her, he started bringing up the things, and the moderators are giving it to her. They said, you said that you was against bump stocks. You said that you were against this, and this. And now that you're running for president, you say you're for all these things. Why is that? Even the moderators are giving it to her.
I was surprised about that.
I'm surprised too.
Right? And she looked like, that's the last part I saw before I came in. You know, she couldn't get that laugh out because she wanted to get that laugh out, but it just didn't.
She would drive me crazy with that guy.
It's terrible.
Oh yeah. Can you imagine her talking to a world leader and she busts out with or busts out with this or busts out with this right here?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
What does that mean? Anybody can tell me?
No, I never understood that one.
or pain.
I
Maybe
need
me and
any
maybe me and
context of
Stacey,
what
maybe
came
me
before
and
that.
Stacey can comprehend. Can you tell us, our boss man, what does that mean? Can you tell us what this
You
means?
think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
You know, and then I would just be thinking about, give me some of that. Give me a hit on what you smoking, man. Shit, this sounds good. You know, I would have reached over and passed the Doochie on the left hand side. That's what I would have asked her.
Yeah, she tries to sound educated, bro, but I think she's not. I think that she did use the air mattress to get to the top. I think she did sleep to the top.
I don't know. You know what? I'm going to tell you something. I think she is really smart. You know what it is? She's playing politics. She got to play dumb. I really think she's smart. She just
no, she's smart.
Nonsense.
Welcome back.
She's smart, man. I hate underestimating people like that. She's not a dummy.
No,
you know, she's not.
Now, Anissa, I sent you the link. I don't know why you're not here. I sent it to you. I know it's a night of fear because Kamala getting her ass handed to her on TV right now.
Is she really though?
She is. Yeah, she getting her ass handed to her, and I think that she wasn't ready. And when CNN and MSNBC and all these channels started saying, "Yeah, I think she wasn't ready," it was watch them make excuses. It was her first.
They're gonna spin it, BMU. They're gonna spin it like she was the Queen of Sheba tonight, man. I'm telling you, man. This way, don't be disappointed tomorrow when they full force say that she was like a beacon of love and charity and all that shit, man. You know, Kamala and Queen Harris. They're gonna come out smoking for this chick tomorrow. Are you kidding me?
And like I said again, okay. So I was looking at my messages here. Okay, that was Ricky. He on his way. All right, so guys, Anissa say stop trying to disparage black women. Anissa, I sent you the link. I want you to come up and defend the women because again, Kamala Harris is not good for this country.
Nope.
She is. I just sent you the link again. Yeah, I just sent it again, Anissa. Come on up, baby. Come on up. But she's not good for this country. Ikane, if your camera not on, you not on. I can't see I can't look at you in the dark. You look like the Sith.
Why? It's not say everything.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Why are you gonna say that about me, brother?
Say everything.
Right. Tell the truth.
I mean, all I saw was teeth, and then you turn your lamp on. That's Ikane. I see his ass now.
Are you trying to say that I'm that black?
Lord Jesus.
Man. Hey, listen, I got a picture of you right here. Look.
Oh,
All right, so listen, you can let it out, boss. Let it out. Let this shit out. Let it out. You gotta let it out, boss man.
Listen, hey, BMU, before you said it, anybody who wants to know why they shouldn't vote for Kamala Harris, look at my live stream replay on Black Man Unfiltered yesterday. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, you know what? I think Anissa, this is an unfiltered network, so I'm able to say that Kamala sucked a lot of dick to get where she is today. Hey, now we do have Mantis Punch in the building tonight. Mantis Punch is in the building. I wanted to greet you, man. Welcome to the Black Man Unfiltered Network. Welcome to the platform, man.
Thank you.
How are you tonight? How's your family tonight, my brother?
I'm good. I'm doing good. But yeah, y'all can just call me Mantis or DJ. Doesn't matter. I'm 31 years old. I live in Oklahoma. Family is doing good. I mean, my brother's with his kids. I'm an uncle. I just thought the topic tonight was interesting, and just kind of wanted to comment on that because I don't understand. Like it says, the topic was only emasculated men would vote for Kamala, and so what do you mean by that?
Yeah, we're gonna get into it, brother. We baited that hook real good, didn't we? Now, thank you for being here. Ikane, how are you and how's that baby doing? Is that baby walking, running around, breaking shit?
Yeah, she's trying to work. She's trying to work. She's turning 11, about to turn one next month. So next month she'll be 1 year old, man.
Well,
Man, time flies, man. Time flies.
It does, man, because I remember almost a year ago, since you said it's about to be a year when you introduced
Yeah,
everybody right on my show. So I appreciate, yeah, man.
that's right.
You're part of
You're
the
welcome.
family.
You're
Absolutely.
welcome.
Unc is in the building. Introduce yourself.
What's good, everybody? Happy Tuesday.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is
Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. Peace to the gods and goddesses all around the world. I pray y'all doing great tonight.
Ricky came for the smoke tonight. I see it.
I see. Okay.
He came for the smoke tonight. All right, guys. So I want to jump right into it. First, I want to ask you guys a question about the great state of California. We'll start there, and then we'll move into these emasculated men. The state of California passed a law where parents do not have any power over their children. I think Art Payne alluded to this a little bit yesterday on his show, talking about how parents no longer have authority over their children. If the child says, "Mama, I no longer want my penis," the mom or the dad can no longer say, "You're out of your mind." Okay. And so the kids are able to make decisions on their own. All right, guys, if you just coming in, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Also put comments in the comments. Let's see you so we can shout you out. But again, how do you guys feel about that starting in California? And according to the numbers and according to what's going on in the world today, they say that they project that this law can be passed across the 50 states within the next 3 or 4 years.
Let me start so I can characterize it correctly.
Yes,
the way I see it, right? The way that law works, right, is that if your kid identifies as an opposite gender in school, that kid can go through a whole process with counselors and everybody else in transition, and the school is not allowed to inform you that your kid is going through this procedure. So you could, the kid could come home, change his clothes or change her clothes, and you'll be none the wiser while they're going through a whole full-fledged process of transition. And by the time you find out, they're way down the totem pole. So I think it's really insidious. They can put a whole program around your kid without you knowing. And at the same time, if that kid is going on a trip, they'll ask you to sign a permission slip so they could be indemnified so they don't get in trouble if something happens to the kid on the trip. So, I mean, it's really insidious. And the fact is, California has been a conduit for bad laws all along. No fault divorce being the big one. It started there. And New Jersey was the last state to ratify it in 2007. So let me just tell you, it's a bad deal. And remember, Harris is a California girl. So I'll end it there.
She'll support it.
Yeah, let me put it this way. Let me say something real quick.
Hold on, I'm gonna get to you. I promise. But I'm gonna go in order here. I'm gonna get Boss Man next, and then we're gonna get to you, and then Mantis Punch, and we'll take you to the message, and then we'll get everybody's thoughts first, and then we'll have the conversation about it. Any thoughts or any concerns? Boss Man, what are your thoughts?
Hell no.
Yeah, I agree.
If you're asking me just my objective opinion about it, my on its face, without knowing any additional information, just as it's presented. Okay. Jesus, fix it, Nazareth. Okay, hang on 1 second. If you're asking me my overall opinion about it as it's presented, without knowing any additional information, as it's presented, it sounds absurd. Okay. The idea that a school can do anything to your children without parental consent. And I know you mentioned, without parental consent, or without your knowledge, or without your say-so, or without your ability to intervene, especially as it relates to the mental welfare and dealing with the mental welfare and dealing with the physiological kind of makeup of your child without your involvement. That entire idea and principle that doesn't sit right with me at all. That outside of teaching your child just understanding of how sex education works, even to go so far as maybe teaching your child just understanding that everyone has different living situations at home. Like some people may have mommy and mommies, some people may have daddies and daddies. Even just understanding that these type of things exist, I'm even okay with that, because hey, everybody has different situations, things, people got different things going on, fine. But outside of that, that's outside of your jurisdiction. If you want to teach a kid about awareness, fine. I've been in schools where they went very graphic about, understanding about sex education. They were very graphic about it. And personally, I don't see any issue with that, because quite frankly, you kind of need to be graphic in order for kids to understand how real things can get out here in the world. I remember being in school, being in that gym, and I remember after how old was I? 13, maybe 14, and I wasn't going to have sex for quite some time after that lesson. Things like that. But no, hell no. If you want to know my honest, just raw emotion, raw feeling about it, and objectively speaking about it without knowing any additional context, absolutely not. Hell to no.
Unc, come on, talk to me.
I mean, it's California, right?
Indeed.
Right? A state has to choose what laws they want to pass upon their people. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's California people for you. They voted those people in office. They allotted those people to supposedly submit the policies that they believe in would be better for their community, correct? Get out of California. Get out of California. What? These are the people y'all say y'all voting for? Or are you? Right? I don't get what y'all don't understand. Well, I'm not going to generalize, because we the smartest people in the world.
Yeah.
I don't see what people don't understand, right? That the quickest way to relieve you of your civil liberties is through medical emergencies. Y'all notice that, right? Through medical practice. That's all they doing. Getting the guard dogs out the way. That's it. Once they relieve you of your rights are not something you earn. They're God-given. But once you relinquish them, you will never get them back. It's like that nice wrench you loaned your neighbor, you ain't seeing again. This is what y'all vote for. This is what the system works exactly how it should. But y'all keep voting for it. Y'all keep giving it votes of confidence. What you need sex education for? Ain't no genders.
Did you hear what I said?
Take heed. That's nasty.
They say a child can get sexual reassignment surgery, but then you ask them, well, do you think your 13-year-old should get a tattoo? I don't know about that.
Do you think your 13-year-old should be, come on now, you can get a little deeper. Do you think your 13-year-old should be fucking?
No.
I wish a nigga would touch my daughter, but the doctor can go in there and
But this is what y'all vote for.
Yeah.
It's not the lesser of two evils, people. Evil is evil. What I know, though, hey, do y'all thing, man. Do y'all thing. Don't bring it over here, though. Don't bring it to this address.
Ekene.
Yeah, Rick took it from my mouth, man. Took it from my mouth about if you don't like it.
Pause. You said Ricky took it right out your mouth. Pause.
Yeah. Okay, Ricky took it. You something else, brother. But okay. So Ricky got it before I got it. But
Go.
guess what, Ricky? I agree with you. If you don't like California, if you don't agree with the law, move. There are 50 states in this country. If you don't like one of them, you leave. One, if people start leaving California, California will be forced to change its ways. That's what it is. But as long as there are people willing to take that nonsense and stay in California and only complain, California will keep doing what they're doing, because guess what happened? If you're saying that somebody ain't shit, that somebody's crazy, and you're still dealing with them, they're not going to change. They only change when you leave. But secondly, I got to say this. It's not California. It's not California. This stuff that you have to see, you hear about on the newspaper, it's not California, because guess what? In 2008, we all know what happened in California. There was a bill called Preposition 8, Preposition 9. The bill was to, not a bill, I'm sorry. It was a ballot that was put in California, Preposition 9, to allow gay marriage. Guess what happened? California shut it down. So when the electorate in California shut it down, guess what California figured out at that moment? And all those gay motherfuckers over there, they found out that if we start doing an election, putting things on the ballot in California, we're never going to get anything done. We're never going to get recognized. Guess what they did? They took it to the court. They took it to people that will agree with them. They start electing people that will agree with them, or people that will do their bid by bypassing the voters. Because if you put that thing in the ballot paper this November, next November, the November after that in California, the voters will always shut it down. That's why they go through court system, or they go through elected officials to do something. And guess what happens? When they go to the Supreme Court with stuff like that, with this makeup of Supreme Court, they're going to shut it down too over there at the Supreme Court. But it's going to take years. By then, the damage is done. So I'm of the opinion that if you don't like what California is doing, move out. And that's what people have been doing for a long time now. They don't like the way California is charging that the rent and the cost of living is going. They started moving to Texas. Texas is about to be like California because our taxes have gone up. But the next thing is this, I got to say, is this. I don't think that thing is true, 100% true. I think it's half truth, because at the end of the day, if a child is coming from a single family, based on what I understand about that, it has to do with if the mom says, okay, the dad don't have a say. If the dad says, okay, like Dwayne Wade, the mom don't have a say. It just got to be one parental approval. Because they're not going to change your child's gender identity, because that child is going to come back home to you. Except if the state is going to start taking people's child and training it by themselves and make them now state raising children, which I think the state will never do that. But I also got to say this, brother. It's tough, man. But the United States have the Supreme Court, today's Supreme Court, going for it. So I don't think that all these things can go nationwide through the electoral system, but it can go nationwide through court system. But not all the states.
Yeah,
I rest my case.
Thank you, Ekin. I appreciate that. Mantis, what are your thoughts about the laws in California being changed to that?
In regards to the laws of California, well, first, I don't think the laws of California should be used to say what Kamala Harris is going to do for like the rest of like the United States. But I think there's a misconception. So when it about that law, so I believe it says that when it comes down to kids, transgender kids, if they are comfortable coming out to their parents about it, then this isn't the issue. The only issue is parents who have like a very dogmatic view in which they don't believe that, based on the empirical evidence that we have that supports that not everybody is aligned with their sex. So it's a small portion of the people who are born with this that that they think like, oh, well, my child is this that I don't want them to be. And so they are getting upset about it. I don't think that it's a try to control what the parents do. It's just that the fact that there are some people who are born transgender independent of what the parents may think about whatever worldview that they have. And so it's only trying to make sure that those kids are protected if they have like extremely bigoted parents, it seems. Also, about cutting penises off. So any mode of transgender care, like bottom surgeries and things like that, don't even happen until like you have to be 18 and in order to get those. And a lot of those, if the parents are involved with their kids' transition, they have to have parental consent. In fact, no child can get any type of medical consent. Even if there's a 5-year-old who breaks their leg, they technically cannot consent to have their leg fixed. The parent, the doctors, they all have to consent to that. So that is like all type of medical intervention for that child. So no, they can't say that, my child's going to get their penis cut off. That's not happening realistically. There's no other way that they can do that. The school can't just say that. I think what the law is doing is that if the child so happens to be born transgender and wants to express, however way that they want to express their gender, but then they have a parent at home who's bigoted, like let's say they are religious and they don't believe that trans people exist, then that child is protected against that parent that might do, harm to them, et cetera, et cetera. Hopefully I made my point across there.
Can I retort? Just a little bit.
Mhm.
See, yeah, my man, I'm glad you're up there.
Arpain, we got to get everybody in first.
I thought everybody was in. Okay.
No, we got the queen.
I'm sorry. Man.
Take heed to the message. What are your thoughts about that law, ma'am, that's being changed and could potentially pour over into other states?
So, Arpain, I see that you ain't want me to make no comment. It's okay, sir. It's all right. I understand. Okay. So, for the law that is already implemented in California, the thing is that anything that a child does, the parents should be aware of it. That's what I believe. Regardless if the child decides they want to change their sex or anything, the parents should be aware of it. Because check this out. A child nothing can happen to this. Even if the child is going on a trip, even if they're walking home from school, you got to sign something that says you understand. So that doesn't make sense that if my child decides to change their pronouns or change if they're wearing different kind of clothes when I sent them to school, I should be aware as the parent. Because I don't know if my child is being bullied or hurt or anything like that, and they come home and hide it because they're hiding something from me. You understand? So I believe that the parents should be aware. And I'm gonna share something with you. Whatever kind of medication that they're applying, giving these things to these children to transition over, the parents should be aware. Because some of this medication is making these children flip out. You know what I'm saying? They become depressed. They're going through something. So the parents should be aware, and it's wrong. And I'm gonna share something else with you. Just like the gentleman DJ just said that they gotta wait till they turn 18 to do the snip snip. Regardless of the fact that they gotta wait till they turn 18, it's still the parents should be notified. I don't think no state should take that in, because if If I don't take care of my baby, ain't you calling diapers on me? If I don't pick my child up, ain't you calling diapers on me? But this thing right here that the child put in their mind what they want to do, you don't tell me. So that don't tell, that part ain't right. It should be a family affair. If the child decide that they want to change to something else, the family should be in on it. It's not right that they take that from the family, because even this guy who was running with Kamala, he has a sovereign state. I guess it's a sovereign or safe haven or whatever. If a child wants to change genders, you can run to his state and be safe. And so now we condoning children running away. So, it's a catch-22. It's crazy. I'm done. I'm finished.
Yeah. So if I go real quick, thank you. Take heed. You said most of the stuff I was going to say anyway. The one thing with the brother, you can't call a person who has religious convictions a bigot. You can, but you would be incorrect, because culture and religion is what shapes and forms some of the most powerful societies.
Disagree.
You can disagree all you want, but without that, we have a rudderless society. Everything is chaos. People making decisions on their own. And that's one of the problems. Well, you get a chance to disagree in a full sentence. Without those things, without that, we have chaos. That's why unfettered individual rights is where we are today. Everything's all over the place. Everything goes, right? And that not just transgenderism, but everything, right? There's no governors or anything. There's no social mores. There's no shame. There's no nothing. If you feel like you're a transgender, first of all, I don't agree that nobody's born a transgender. There's two genders. There's two genders. So you got three things. Write it down so you have a chance. There's two genders. You got your XX, you're a boy, a man, a male, and if you're XY, you're a female. As simple as that. Now, when you have 10 billion people out there might be some hermaphrodites, but that doesn't change. That doesn't change biology. Doesn't change science. As far as I'm concerned, is the natural order things 10 billion, transgenderism 0, right? Because that's why there's so many people out here, right? No man is having a baby, no matter how much you say I'm a man, I could bleed and get pregnant. You're not doing that, So just stop it. All right, go ahead. You can go ahead. I'm done.
I want to. Really quick.
Hold on, boss man. Mantis, you wanted to retort to R-Pain?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So no. So I disagree. Let's go with there's only two genders. So, what you were saying before was related to sex, which is XY male, XX female. So I agree, sex doesn't change. However, when it turns to gender, which is not only a sociological construct, but we know it today as a biochemical construct that goes in the brain as well. And these are people that are born with this. So the majority of people are born with their gender identity, which is a biological chemicals construct in the brain found in the hypothalamus. It correlates to their sex, but this identity doesn't always have to be. When you said like XY equals male, there are people who are genotypically, so that's your genotype XY, but then phenotypically they present as female. The same thing goes with people who are XX. There's also XX individuals who phenotypically look male, but that doesn't mean that they're transgender. Transgender is only exists. Your identity only exists in the brain. And then as far as there only being two, so there's many different sex combinations. So it's not just XXXY phenotypically. When we look at sex, it's also gamete production. If you produce small gametes, you're male. If you produce larger gametes, you're female. but there are people who have both gametes at the same time. There's a fusion of gametes, and then there's people who have no gametes. So by your definition, if you want to say somebody is a male and therefore a man, and then they have a combination of gametes, no gametes, then what are they essentially? That's why sex and gender are totally two different things, because regardless of what someone's gametes is, they have their own sense of identity. And then as far as there's always been two genders, no. So society, even going back before the times of Jesus, there's in Indian society, there's the Hijra people who are third gender. The Talmud, which was the ancient Jewish Babylonian book way before the Bible was created, recognized 6 genders. Ancient Roman society recognized more than one gender. Even today, there are Mexican indigenous people who recognize more than 2 genders, Hawaiians, Native Americans, which have the two-spirit identity, which is neither man nor woman. It's just its own separate gender category. So both in a neurological and societal construct, that there exists more than 2 genders.
Okay, I'm surprised you didn't tell me you saw 2 male dogs mounting each other. And
Dogs don't have gender.
Well, no, but I'm just saying, I'm surprised you didn't use that one.
You don't have a gender, Mantis?
My gender is man. I'm a male. I would say, I'm a male biologically, but my gender would not be a man. Specifically, cis man, because my gender identity aligns with my sex.
So there's a chemical explosion in the brain that causes the brain to
so your gender identity is a neurochemical construct in the brain that can correlate or not correlate to your sex. You have a personal schema, which is a subconscious identity of how your sex relates to other people. So for the majority of people, it relates to their sex. But for others, there's a discorrelation, which, for example, given intersex people, there is an intersex condition called Swyer syndrome, which is a person who is born genotypic. So when sex, there's gamete production, genotypic sex, and phenotypic sex. Genotypic sex is your chromosomes, okay? Chromosomes won't change. Your phenotypic sex is you can change. And then there's your gamete production. Going back to Swyer syndrome, that is a person who is genotypically male, so XY, but they are phenotypically female. They can have female hormones, and they are born with vaginas. However, if you want to say that your gender is only based on your sex, this person would be male with a vagina. So therefore, going back to the whole trans women, why people were like, oh yeah, no, they're male. Male doesn't necessarily equal man. And let's just take that away. If a trans woman just says, okay, well, yeah, I'm a male, but then also I could still be a woman, female, and somebody says, no, you can't. So all HRT is, which is given to trans people, and we also give the same exact drug to intersex people. So the reason why you all look like you is because of puberty. Males go through male puberty, females go through female puberty. What they do is, trying to wrap it up. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So just to wrap it up, I mean, there's more than one kind of sex combinations that exist. So it is bimodal, not binary, which means like you can only be born with a penis or vagina, but it can be expressed in so many ways. But gender is a neurological construct that everyone has in the brain, in the hypothalamus. That is what we've discovered through empirical research. Everything that I just said is just based off of neurological textbooks that we've had since 2001. I'm sorry for rambling, but yeah.
Okay. No problem. All right. So before I go back to the prompt really quick, everyone's faces are stoned over. And what I want to do is quantify a couple of things that you mentioned. Okay. What sparked my attention is what you mentioned about the Talmud. Okay. So yes, in the Talmud, it does mention 6 different identifications as far as what everyone would refer to as genders. Okay. The Zakar, which is male, the Nekeva, which is female, androgynous, which is a person with both male and female sexual characteristics, Tum-Tum, a person with intermediate or obscured sexual characteristics, a Lonite, a person identified as female at birth but developing male characteristics at puberty and is infertile, and Saris, a non-reproductive version of a male body. Now, these are not necessarily quote unquote genders. What these are deformities.
Conditions.
These are conditions of the same exact bodies. So you have a Zekar and a Nekeva, and I may even give you a third. I may even give you the androgynous, okay? Which everyone would agree to is that the hermaphroditic type of situation where you may have someone have a deformity, okay? But it is someone who has physiologically, which remind me really quick, the phenotype or the other one, which one is more physiological in nature? Which one?
So your genotype, which is your chromosome.
Okay,
yeah.
so phenotype. So phenotype is more physiologically related. Got it. Okay, so that right there would be more of the androgynistic related, okay? The phenotype. But the other ones, however, are the Tum-Tum, the Alonite, and the Cerise. Those specifically, just reading those off really quick, those are situations a person, so they can't necessarily determine, but is a person identified as female at birth, but developing male characteristics at puberty and is infertile. So this is a woman who basically can't give birth, but potentially has genetic issues where she is unable to produce female hormones and is producing more testosterone than estrogen. So let me get a little personal here for a second. So for me, when they did a genetic test on me, for instance, to know which medication they can give me at the VA, they discovered that I produce 50-50. I produce equal amounts of testosterone and equal amounts of estrogen. And as I got older, I started producing more testosterone and less estrogen. But that determined what medication to give me. So the little weak ass Percocet shit, that wasn't gonna work for me. Okay, they had to give me strong shit. Okay, but however, when they looked at my chromosomes, they didn't determine that I was anything less or more than a man. I'm a fucking man at the end of the damn day. Okay, and that baby boy up there has all, I mean, literally, he has every last fucking birthmark that I have because that's how strong my damn genes are, apparently. Okay? The point that I am making here is that different things that may classify as different genders are actually different classifications of the same exact thing. There are different delineations and classifications and derivatives and derivatives of the exact same thing. Now, I am not necessarily saying that they should not be identified, nor am I saying that they are not important. But what I am saying is that they shouldn't be classified as a particular gender to then be given a statutory or legalistic or legislative standing to then speak to BMU's point, is my point. That's my issue. Nor should it then be justified or created to give some type of justification or substantiation to create overcorrection because they happen in such low numbers or low frequency to then affect the majority is the point. Because what BMU is talking about here is where I'm saying is a overcorrection of a bad situation. Because yes, by the way, I'm a registered Democrat. I'm gonna say it aloud. I'm a registered Democrat. Okay. And I personally believe.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
I apologize to everybody. Okay. Listen, I personally believe, okay, that there are some people who take religious norms, religious practices, and they spuriate and they use it and weaponize it no different than the damn who are those damn people? Who are the damn people at the goddamn Salem witch trials? They use it no more weaponous than those people, or the damn people in freaking Rome who went around, you know, burning people at the damn stakes and shit. If it's weaponized against certain people, then yes, they can be bigoted. It can be, but not all religious people are bigoted. Okay, this is a gross overcorrection. No different than feminism is a gross overcorrection. Okay, so no, I do not think that considering that people are born differently or people are born with issues or problems, I don't mean it in a bad way, please don't take it that way, but people are born different from the majority should create cause for there to be an overcorrection on the greater majority of society. Okay, that's my point. Does that make sense? Is that I'm trying to create fairness because I'm trying to look at this objectively. I don't want to appear as an obstructionist. I don't want to appear as someone who is a sculpatory in sort of way, degradative or extrapolative in any sort of way to avoid anyone. But at the same time, it is destructive to the overall society if you want to basically say, fuck the rest of everybody else because we want to hone in on just this small minority of people. Does that make sense? Because the civil rights wouldn't have worked if the civil rights didn't apply to everybody. We couldn't have gone to Congress and said, we want civil rights only for Black people. It wouldn't have worked. We had to say it had to apply to everybody. I'm sorry. Sorry. Got a little heat there for a second. But if you get my point, I'm trying to be objective as possible, but also trying to get you to understand that from the other side of the coin, it's overcorrecting and trying to say that I be goody goddamned, and I'm pretty sure everybody else feel the same way, that if my child, if something is going on with my child, I want to know every single goddamn fucking thing that is happening with my child. You as another individual don't have a right to not tell me what is happening with my child. Okay? You stay the fuck out of what's going on in my household. And unless my child is coming to school broken, bruised, hungry, tattered, or emotionally disturbed, and you can prove that any one of those combination of things is happening, mind the fucking business that pays you. Because that's the problem with schools now, is that you're focusing too much on every goddamn thing else instead of focusing on what you're supposed to be focusing on. 1, 2, 3, what happened in history, okay, and A, B fucking C's. Okay, and maybe that's the reason why no one can pass a fucking math test. Maybe that's the reason why we are below 12th or 13th and maybe 20th in the fucking world as it relates to arithmetic and reading and shit and comprehension. Maybe that is the reason why. It's because we're focusing too much on what happens on the outside of the walls of the school and inside the homes of fucking parents. Maybe that's the reason why. Maybe if I was able to take my ass to the school and show up at the school and tell my child, fuck up if you want to. Just maybe. Because where I went to school in Dallas, Texas, my great auntie was able to walk up at the school with an extension cord. Now, maybe that was a little bit too rough, but here's the thing, it created fear. And maybe you need a little bit of fear. Because that's what's missing with these kids nowadays, is a little bit of fear. Now, I agree with that maybe some correction was needed there. Because I remember a kid's ass whooping in the hallway, and it echoed, it bellowed. It was a bellicose ass whooping. It was a cacophonous sound. The tintinnabulation. Hello, somebody. I remember that. Cacophonous. Okay? A correction was needed there. Okay? I wrote my name on the paddle in that school. Okay? Correction was needed. I agree there. But I should be able to go to my child's school still, okay? And visit and stand there and know that that child knows that my dad's going to show up at his school, okay, and know what's going on. It's going to be a problem when I get back to this bitch, okay? And know that somebody else is not going to be sitting out here concerned about what's happening in here. Because here's the thing that people fail to understand. Pause for effect. I'm a black man. I may be fair skinned and pretty, but at the end of the day, I'm a black man. And when my black ass is behind my car, behind the wheel of my car, and a police officer pulls me over, irrespective to if I serve my country or not, a police officer don't give a fuck. And I have to tell my son the same exact thing with his fair-skinned ass. And I have to have control over him. And all those numbers and all those resources and shit that the schools give him, if something's happening at your home, you can call these numbers. Those numbers are not going to fucking be there to help him if a cop or a police officer misunderstands because of the color of his fucking skin. You know what will be there? My words.
Okay.
Over.
We got Unc to respond.
I'm sorry, I took too long. I apologize. I didn't mean to go there, man. Since I was hoping to be as objective, I got a little bit too far. I apologize.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
Don't apologize. No more male apologies. Let's go.
No more male apologies. Go ahead, Unc, and then we'll get lost in translation. And then we're gonna hop over into these emasculated men because we got to get into that.
Yeah. So great shit, boss man. I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that. Right. All this stuff that supposedly technology have presented us that everybody got an understanding of, right? Gonads and bonads, DNA, cis, heterosexual, da. Ain't it crazy how choice is greater than all that?
You can't choose some of those things.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Let me prove the point. How old are you, sir?
31.
31. When did you understand and become knowledgeable of the word cis?
Well, I did not know the word cis.
Don't. All I need is an answer to the question. I'm a man. You ain't got to beat around the bush and tippy toe. When is the day or the year that you got the understanding of the word cis, sir?
2017.
Okay. What year were you born?
1992.
Were you a man until the word cis came out?
Yes.
And did you choose to call yourself a cis man?
No.
Did you not say he was a cis man on this show?
I did, but cis is just an adjective for the classification of gender you are.
Listen to what I'm telling you, black man. Did you choose to call yourself that?
No, but I am by classification.
Okay, since you want to bullshit, right? Who invented that classification?
Cis is a term. I believe the root word is Greek.
You're not answering my question, sir. Who established that cisgender name for a male in the United States that you chose to use to categorize yourself? Because you was a man until then, right? You wasn't a cis man till
Right, but
2017, correct?
right, but no, it's not to categorize me. It's just to categorize the gender categorization for everybody.
Sir, what's the point of a categorization if not to put you in a category?
I mean, humans, we categorize things all the time.
Understood. I choose to be a male. You choose to be a cis man.
No, you would still be cis man under the gender category. It's like
Male. Look again, because
it's like saying you choose to be Homo sapien. You're Homo sapien.
Listen. Right? The same way you choose to believe that male and man are two totally different things.
Yeah.
Correct?
Correct.
Right? You believe that female and woman are two totally different things, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it fair to say that even though these people have these changes that you want to say that are chemical, doesn't it come to a point where in somewhere in life she's been told she's a girl unless she got some fucked up weird ass parents? Right? That she's a girl, and at one point in time she makes the choice to say, hey, I want to identify as a man?
No, because that's not how gender identity works.
Then how does it work?
So your gender identity is usually formed like around age 4, where you develop a personal schema of your own individual subjective sex, whether it is with your sex that you were born with at birth or opposite.
Right. So with that being said, if I had a supposedly child at 4, right, who doesn't know the difference between $1,000 and 2 Oreo cookies, correct? They'll choose the Oreo cookies over the $1,000. They now have the mental capacity to choose their own gender?
No, they don't choose their own gender. It's a construct in their brain that they don't choose it.
Why don't they choose it?
Because that's how the biochemical construct in the brain works. It's subconscious.
Correct. It's correct in what in your bullshit, right? But who presented those options to you? To the child?
No one did.
So they just existed until 2017?
I mean, they've always existed, but just like we used to classify homosexual people as
there were no classifications.
I mean, they always existed, even throughout U.S. history. They always
categories. I thought these weren't meant to be in categories for categorizations.
They are categories because they present as the gender category
And who gave them to you?
No one gave them to me.
In 2017, you didn't know the word cis existed until then.
Correct.
Where did the word come from, sir? And why do you choose to call yourself that?
I read it in a neurological textbook.
Okay. And you believe it?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Why would you?
Because it's backed by empirical evidence.
Says who?
Based on the scientists who studied into this field.
Right. Were the scientists right about COVID?
Right about what?
Was they right about COVID? Being able to live outside the body and all the stuff they were shoving up your ass?
I don't understand.
I know you don't. That's why I don't even know why you made the face when I said the question about choices. Right? It doesn't matter biologically what you are. It doesn't matter what you come out as. The choice you make as a human being is going to override it. You choose to be a cis man, nigga. You choose that. You wear the categories that people put upon you and then come up here and shit bullshit like it's true in fact when you didn't know about it but a day ago.
No, I didn't choose to be a cis man. I just learned about the category of cis men as it pertains to gender.
What were you before 2017, sir?
Just a man.
I dropped the mic.
Lost in translation. Good evening, man. The velvet voice of YouTube has made his arrival. What's going on, my guy? I just want to greet you, man. How are you today?
You know what? I am well. I am well. I am well. You know what I'm saying? I've been watching for a little bit because I was watching the flimflammery that was coming out of Miss Harris's mouth a minute ago. So I had to take some notes. So we're going to deal with that in a minute. But as far as the conversation is going, as far as people deciding to choose this and choose that, what's wrong with being a man? What's wrong with being a man?
Nothing.
What's wrong with being a woman?
Nothing.
And just having be that. Yeah.
Why do we spend so much time trying to dissect something that at the end of the day doesn't push the needle one way or the other? It really doesn't. It's like Boss Man said a minute ago, man, we last just about in education, but we supposed to be leading the free world. I don't get that. We got kids who can't even read, man. But we got drag queens coming in, reading them out of books, telling them that they can get this cut off and that cut off, or they can wear different dresses or whatever.
Choices.
What's wrong with drag queens reading to?
I'm gonna tell you what's wrong.
I can tell you.
Hold on a second.
Okay, go ahead, Lost. You better get it.
I got this.
It's so over with. I keep telling y'all, it's over with, bro.
Go ahead, Lost. I'm sorry.
No, wait. Before I mention that, because it's like basically if a drag queen is just reading to a kid.
You asked me a question, sir. I want to answer it.
Go ahead. Yeah.
You said what's wrong with it here. Okay. You said what's wrong with it. Let me ask you a question. Why do we institute a draft?
Because we don't have enough soldiers to fight in a war.
Correct. Why do you think we don't have enough soldiers?
Because nobody wants to enlist in the war. They don't want to get killed.
Now, here's the thing. Nobody on this planet ever wanted to get killed. That didn't start this year. Please believe that. People have been dying in wars forever. You see what I'm saying? The reason why I say what's wrong with that is that we don't put drag queens on the front lines in war. Now, do we?
No, but
we don't give them brightly colored wigs to go with their fatigues. We don't paint their fingernails and give them rifles and have them covered with glitter and all this other stuff to go out and get killed. Am I not right? No. Disgusting. You know who goes in the front line? Real men.
That's subjective.
No, it's not.
It is.
How so? When have you seen RuPaul sashay his ass on the front lines in Afghanistan?
What makes RuPaul not a real man?
RuPaul has never been to war.
There are many men that have never been to war.
RuPaul has never been to war.
So have many other men.
I can tell. And that's the main reason why we got a draft. And you know what's really pathetic? What's really pathetic is that now we're asking our women to pick up arms too.
Okay.
That is pathetic.
I mean, if they want to go to war, that's on them.
No. Let me explain something to you. When the war broke out in Ukraine, they backed the trains up, the planes up, the buses up, the taxi cabs, anything else they could get their women and children up out of there. You know why? Because men fight wars, not women and children. That is not a place for women and children. Let me explain something to you. Men don't mind dying for something they believe in. They really don't. They also go to war so other people can walk around with glitter and sunshine and all this other foolishness and tell you you're a cis and all this other foolishness. The problem is the reason why we shouldn't have drag queens in our school is because we don't have enough men for war. Think about it. When our pain, listen, when our pain them came up, they had this thing called calisthenics. You understand what I'm saying? Those young men were ready for war at a moment's notice. You see what I'm saying? That is the reason why we can do what we do, is because we had soldiers who fought alongside guys like our pain. You see what I'm saying? And made sure that this country was secure. You know, that's another reason why we got veterans now who ain't even getting taken care of, and they didn't put their lives on the line. There's some guys who didn't come back. Some wives don't even get their husbands back. Some kids don't even get their fathers back. You see what I'm saying? Those guys knew what was up, and they willingly laid down their lives for their country. Now, if the drag queens really want to help out, I think they should sign up for the war and be the first ones on the front line to die for what they believe in. Because I find it very hard to believe that you got a bunch of people who want to come to your school and talk to your kids while you at war and tell them they're not good enough to be a man. I find that very ironic. So that's the main reason why drag queens shouldn't be coming to school talking to our kids while we have men and women across the world fighting wars. That's the problem. That's the problem with the issue.
That doesn't make any sense.
Of course it doesn't. Here's the thing, man. Your mind is jello. It's jello.
How?
Let me explain something to you. You said you were born in 92, right?
Correct.
I graduated from high school in 92. I'm old enough to be your father.
Cool.
Now, in that time frame, I've seen a lot more than you have. And I know the difference between what's hitting these streets and what was out when we was out. You see what I'm saying? We had brothers in arms who went to war, who fought. My brother was in Desert Storm. Thank him for his service every time I see him. You see what I'm saying? My whole thing is this. Why is it that y'all can't wrap y'all minds around what's wrong with being a man? You've never been tested. You've never been tested. That's the difference. You've never been tested.
There's nothing wrong.
You don't see Boss Man complaining like that. He's been tested. Ricky's been tested.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm perfectly.
Our pain has been tested. Black Man Unfiltered has been tested. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference. That's the difference. And then here's my thing is this. We can't have genuine conversations if we have people who just decide that they're willfully ignorant. You know, I consider that a waste of time, especially when we lay the facts out.
No, I feel that too. It's just that what you said is like real men only will go to war. I mean, that's just an opinion, though. That's not that opinion.
I asked you earlier, how many drag queens did you see on the front lines?
I mean, there could be some drag queens who are military.
Name me one.
I don't know, but it's a possibility.
There is no possibility, sir.
There is. Anyone can enlist in war.
There is no possibility.
There is no way the United States is going to have a motherfucker running across the sand with the mother sand niggas over there with pink hair shoot.
Why would they wear pink hair? They wouldn't be wearing that.
What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, men are men, women are women. Women know their role, men know their role. Because when the shit hit the fan, when everybody's, let me tell you what I saw. This is why
gender roles have been different in different cultures throughout human society.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I want to talk about the culture here, because one of the things that stick out to me, I saw a video of a shooting. So this is why men should be men. I don't know what's going on with this feminine cis shit. I don't know, but I saw men duck behind counters when their children were being shot at. Yeah. I saw another video, and you guys may have seen it. People thought it was funny, hilarious. I didn't fucking think it was funny. Where a very aggressive pit bull jumps a fence. The father runs off and leaves his 7-year-old daughter, jumps on the car and leaves the daughter down with the vicious dog. The difference between me and them, the dog's going to bite my arm off, and I'm going to be riddled with bullets in those two situations. The men that you're talking about right now are the men ducking behind the counters and leaving their daughters to be eaten by a dog.
Which man am I talking about?
These I can't. Do I have a pillow in here? These I call them pillow men. That are very soft and sweet, and they made a choice, right? They made a choice to be who they are. They made a choice to be aisle 5 at Walmart, and they want everybody to accept it. Listen, all this he, they, it. One day I'm lemonade, the next day I'm sweet tea. We got to stop this shit.
Stop what?
We're already the laughing stock of the world.
No, we're not. Also, when you said he, they, are you talking about pronouns?
Yes. Listen, I want you to go to
pronouns.
I want you to go to Saudi Arabia and say, I'm a cis man. Them sand niggas is gonna tell you, hit you right in your mouth.
Yeah,
they're not gonna play with you. They're not gonna play that shit over there. They're not.
Yeah, they have.
Say again.
Sorry. Yeah, because they have a government that's run particularly by religious Sharia law that frowns upon, anybody who doesn't meet certain gender norms. But that's all forced by their government, though.
So you think it's the same thing here?
So
it's the same thing here. If I tell you the Bible says that men should not live with men as if that man is his wife, there should be any same-sex marriages, so on and so forth. Do you feel like that's forced amongst our people, and that's not true? Because think about it. If you look at it from a human growth response, there can no longer be generations of us if all the men choose to suck dick and all the women choose to eat pussy.
But that's a impossibility, though. You're saying that, like, there's going to be a slippery slope, and then everyone is going to turn gay? That's impossible.
Well, the birth rate, there's been I looked the numbers up yesterday because we had a show. I had to pull these numbers up for another show, not on this network, but another show with a guy who was actually homosexual. And I told him that I sent him the information. And we talked about the information. The homosexual, the LGBTQAI plus community, soon to be MAPS as well. It's coming. There's been an uptick in homosexuality activity amongst men and women, 9.1%. It's been an uptick. It was 7%. It jumped up to 9.1%. And the birth rate in America has dropped 24%. So in 10 years, where will the birth rate be and where will homosexuality be if it's jumping 2.5% a year?
I mean, gay people can still have kids.
How?
IVF.
How?
They can adopt. I mean, there's plenty.
Not the natural way.
Why does that even matter if they can?
They're not your kids.
Why do?
That's like robbing the bank. Listen. That's like robbing the bank and taking the money out of it and say, look, I'm having IVF on my wallet. You see what I'm saying? And borrowing somebody else's money that I didn't work for. In any other country, any other situation, that would be against the law.
Why does that matter if the point is to have kids, whether they're biologically yours or not?
What?
Yeah.
That's my lineage. That's my bloodline. Why would I want somebody else's blood running around my house?
Why does your bloodline matter?
Somebody talk to this man. I'm trying to stay holy. Take heed. You want to say something?
I mean, no.
Yeah, I have.
Why? And then
I have something to say to him if Techie doesn't have anything to say.
Come on, NA.
Yeah, Ike, go ahead. But very, very briefly, because we got to get into because he wants to talk about these emasculated men who are not emasculated for voting for Harris. So go ahead.
Yeah, let me say this real quick. I gotta answer. No, let me go with him. Do you know one thing? If you remember during the Inquisition, I think it wasn't the Inquisition. It was during the medieval times, right? During the medieval times, there is something that happened. The Christians, right, were killing the scientists. And the reason why the Christians were killing the scientists was because of some serious misunderstanding. And the misunderstanding came because of the social scientists before the engineers, that's the actual scientists came. What the social scientists did, that was before the medieval times, was that they came and started creating so many, because social science is based on opinion, not really fact. So they started creating things like gender role from Greece, gender role from where those people haven't been. So they started making up things like the Greeks have 7 gender roles, the Babylons had 10 gender roles, and the people were believing them. And the reason why the people were believing them was because of what? Arrogance, was because of ignorance. Ignorance of where they haven't been. So during the medieval time, the church thought that these scientists were actually going to do the same thing that these social scientists did, whereas it wasn't the real thing. It wasn't the same. So what I'm trying to say in essence as well is this: sometimes I hear people like people that use certain types of um, um, medical unsubstantiated medical languages or social scientific languages, and they will say that oh, things like this happen in Africa. And some people do believe them it happens in Africa. But somebody like that, somebody like me, you can't tell me something happens in Africa, that Africa does this or does that or something. No, because I was there. And when I ask them a question, where in Africa? They say, oh, somewhere in Africa. No, where in Africa? They will not answer it. They avoid the answer. And then they say, oh, I can't really tell you right now because that's what I have from my teacher. So, sir, what I'm trying to say is this, right? There is two difference between a female and a woman. A female is a being with certain genitalia. From birth, you are a female, but you're not a woman. A woman becomes something that you become when you cross that age of 16. I think it's 16. Let me just use the old structure. Is 15. When you turn 15, you're a woman. Or when you during the old days, when you lose your virginity and start having kids due to marriage, right? You're a woman. You've made a woman. Somebody made you a woman. A man makes a woman a woman. Therefore, a man is because you're born with certain genitalia that is different from a woman. Now you're a male. So a male becomes a man when he attains the age of responsibility. When you attain the age of responsibility, you become a man. That's how a man is classified. So what I got to tell you is this: you have no sense of responsibility because sociology makes you say whatever you want to say without cultural backing or without regard to religion or culture. That's why you can say it because you have the fundamental right in America to do so. And I know Rick was asking you a question, and you said it wasn't that what you did wasn't a choice. And I would say that is a lie because it's a choice. Democrats are actually saying that they are fighting for people's choice. All the gay people that I've had, all the transgender people that I've had always say choice. They didn't say it wasn't choice. It's choice. So what you're going for is choice. And the reason why I said what I'm saying is this, right? You cannot just make up geographical location without substantiating what you said with facts, because the world throughout its creation, without social scientific made up rules, that two gender has always been in existence. That is a male and a female. Is there unisex? Unisex in a situation whereby there is a chemical imbalance during child formation in the stomach of a mother will result of a child being born with both genitalia, right? But that is 1 out of I think it's 10 million. 1 out of 10 million because of formation of a child. It's just like when you look at if you look at the geography of the earth itself, right? You see certain times due to chemical formation of the soil, the rock will look not like a rock. That is 1 out of millions that you're going to have something that is out of balance. So unisex is not something we really talk about in any form of biological sense because it's not something that is consistent. But consistency is a man and a female. Every other thing is choice.
Now, I want to say this. We're going to move on. But I want to ask this question, yes or no, very quickly. Then we're going to jump right into the conversation, guys. Do you think a man voting for Kamala Harris is are the men that are voting for Kamala Harris emasculated men? Lost in translation.
Absolutely.
That's not correct. I don't agree. I don't agree to
that. Ricky.
No.
Mantis.
No.
Osman.
No.
Arpain.
No.
Take heed.
Oh God. No.
Okay, now let's jump into the conversation. Why or why not do you believe that? Lost in translation, you said yourself that you think men are emasculated who are voting for Kamala Harris. Can you expound on that? And we'll go around the room.
Well, here's my thing. Most of the guys who vote for her don't want to stand for anything anyway. Because if you've done your research, you'll already know that that's not where you want to cast your vote anyway. If you worth your salt as a man, I can see if you had younger people who haven't lived long enough to understand exactly what it is. But I've been knowing this for a long time, so that's the reason why I can stand on it. Now, those who may be uneducated, who don't understand exactly where the Democratic Party comes from and what they have done over the years, yeah, I can see if you don't know what's been going on. But see, I can't unsee it. You see, I'm held to a different standard. You see what I'm saying? Once you know better, you do better. When I was a child, I thought as a child, but now I'm a man. You understand what I'm saying? So I have to stand on it. I have to put away childish ways.
There you go.
You see what I'm saying? So I had to stand on it. When you know better, you do better. Now, there may be guys who don't understand. They may be wrestling with cognitive dissonance because everybody around them has said some kind of why you ain't voting this way. We've always voted that way. But my thing is if you're a man and you've done your own research, it shouldn't matter what somebody else thinks. You should vote what's in your heart and what's right. Because I know if I stand before the master and he asks me, hey, what have you done? You see what I'm saying? I have to be held accountable for what I know. Now, if you don't know what you don't know, that's totally on you. But as far as me and my house, we will serve the Lord. And my thing is this: if I know better, I absolutely have to do better. Now, if you don't know no better, that's on you. Now, if you want to go around and think about, hey, I'm voting for her and all this other stuff, knowing full well that she is not commander-in-chief material, regardless of gender or color, you have got to be out of your mind. She hasn't done anything in the last 3 years she's been in the office. She didn't do anything when she was a senator because I looked at her record. The only thing that she passed was a study on men, and that was a bipartisan doggone bill that passed. So technically, she didn't spearhead that. So yes, I have done my homework. You see what I'm saying? She has done nothing. She's pledged a sorority. She claimed to be black. She claimed to be Asian. And all she talks about is rights of women to ignore the doggone needs of the men. How can you serve as the doggone president of the United States of America and leave out half of the country by gender? That does not make sense. That's the reason why I can stand up here in front of anybody on here and can claim to say that if you vote for her, you are an emasculated man. You don't stand for anything and you'll fall for anything. And any enemy that comes to your door, I expect your wife to handle it because you are not a man. Do I make myself clear?
God damn. Wait a minute. Let's let that sing for a minute. Damn.
Oh, Lord.
Jeez. Ooh, take heed. Ooh, can you follow up?
I love everything that Loss said.
Damn, he cooking.
But I'm going to share something with you. Listen, a man is still a man. Okay? Like I have always said to y'all that a man he's already a king from birth. It depends on how he willed his kingship. Now, do I agree that a man should vote for Kamala? I do not agree. A man should not vote for Kamala Harris because God said, I would not let any woman, okay? I would not let any woman rule over man. This is what he said. So if we want to go to biblical ties, that makes more sense. Because let me share something with you. You can't sit up there and say you are a husband if your wife is running the house. You can't get up there and say that you are a king if your wife treats you like a dog. That does not make sense. And the truth is, Kamala has a hidden agenda of what she's doing. She doesn't talk anything about men rights or anything that is concerning men. Either it is the LGBTQIA plus or it is women doing deletions. She doesn't have any program or any agenda for men, but to uplift the rainbow community. So I won't say it's emasculating. Now, I did do a post like that because I was, clickbait. Okay, so that's the truth. But I don't think that, I just think that a man who would vote for her, he doesn't have substance. That a woman can rule over him. And if a woman can rule over you as a man, you have sold your kingship. I'm just putting it out there. Because one thing about women is once you sell your kingship to them, you don't get it back. You don't get your kingship back. So I can see, and like I said on one of my posts, if Kamala does win, that means masculinity is gone in the U.S.
Praise God, telling you.
I have said that.
Yep.
I believe that to be so true. This is why you see Putin out there endorsing her. Y'all know good and hell well. What the hell is Putin out there doing, endorsing her? Because the thing is that if I'm a bully, I want a weak link that I can destroy anytime I feel like it. I don't want somebody that's a bully like me. If I'm on a playground, I want someone that I can bully, that I can hurt. Because all of them do is they can't do moves like how a man would actually do moves. If somebody is doing some nonsense to a man, he gonna walk up to him and say, listen, this is about the last time I'm gonna tell you. Okay, this is about the last time I'm gonna tell you. But you have Dems that will pay people to leave us alone. This is sad, and I'm a Dem. But this is the truth. We pay people to leave us alone when we supposed to be one of the superpowers. That does not make sense. I don't believe a woman should run this country, and it's just because she's a woman. Now, on paper wise, the positions that she hold, yes. The paper trail, yes. She is able to run a country, but not this one. Not this one. She could run one of the small ones, but not this one. Now it is what it is, and I'm done. I'm finished.
So we're going around the horn. Listen, yeah, okay. So real quick, the only reason why I said no is because of the strict definition of the title. But I will agree that men have been on this path to demasculation for a very long time. And there's going to be a bunch of men who would otherwise think that real masculine men voting for her, voting for their own demise. It's like a vote for, like you're a frog in a heated pot, and you don't know it's heating up on you. And the fact is, I agree with you, Take Heed. Another 4 years of just unbridled liberalism, we're going to see a lot more emasculated men. Those are the kind of men that they're championing. The guys who are championing Kamala Harris are the emasculated men, the Ricky Smileys and the Van Jones and
all saucy, sassy.
yeah. So wasn't it Roland Martin? Looking at men's asses,
looking at men's
asses. So yeah. But the rank and file man, he doesn't even know he's emasculated yet. It's coming, right? So we're on a path to that. We've been on a path to that for years. I mean, years. And I think a lot of people are just, some of us here are starting to recognize that. So, so I don't want to be wishy-washy. I just want the strict title made me say no. But it's been that way. It's been going that way for a long time. Testosterone levels are lower. The food they're feeding us is getting worse and worse. And I'm not even, it won't be far-fetched for us to think they're poisoning us as men with the food, red hormones and shit like that. So, and listen, my wife just came upstairs. She said Kamala Harris kicked Trump's ass. That the headlines are sparkling.
Yeah, it was a strong debate.
Huh?
It was a strong debate. I wouldn't say that she kicked his ass, but
Yeah,
she held her own.
he made
And
some
yeah,
missteps. He fell for the bait on the
he
couple.
did. He tripped. He tripped.
But anyway, I don't want to derail. Go ahead, boss man. Go ahead and give us some eloquence. I just think that we're in trouble as men, and we've been that way for a long time. We got certain men on the panel telling us that, we got 18, 25 different genders anyway. So
Never said you.
I just put words in your mouth, brother.
Yeah.
Go ahead, boss man.
Our pain, I'll always tell you that as of April of this year is 102 genders apparently. So I will keep you posted on that update.
At the end of the day, it's a bunch of and I say this because it's unfiltered over here. And Mantis, I thank you for standing on business on what you believe and not running, because a lot of people run. So I want to give you your flowers on that. But I will say, from an unfiltered perspective, that to me, it's a bunch of mentally ill motherfuckers around here that can look down in their pants and see a dick, or look down in their pants and see a vagina and say, I'm it, they, them pronouns, or say, you know what, I'm a man, I see that penis, but my brain tells me that I'm a woman. That just what the fuck? I'm confused. I'm confused. It's like a retard overload for me. But go ahead, boss man. I apologize.
Sorry, boss man.
That's okay.
Dang.
At least lost. It's still even. Good number for his OCD. All right. I won't make any quorums on this, and I'll be direct. I've made it very, very, very clear that I am in a tough spot. The reason why I said no on this is because a lot of times men walk in life not knowing that I think someone may have mentioned this, but not knowing that they are emasculated until they wake up one day.
I can't see you, Green Bean. You got to turn your light on or something.
They wake up one day and look around, look back, look up, look left, look right, look down, and think and realize that they've been walked over, trampled on, trounced on.
Good job.
For the most part. And they've made decisions and those decisions basically led them to consider themselves, tertiary, maybe even down to a quinceañera level, and everybody else is basically above them, and they've been left out of their own thought processes and consideration. So to answer the question, no, I don't think that a man is completely emasculated just by voting for her. For me personally, my consideration for considering voting for her is not strictly because of a gender principle or gender basis. I think I mentioned on the show some time back, I was strictly looking at either qualifications as if I was looking at someone's resume. And objectively speaking, just looking at it, when I was looking at this whole thing from a perspective of potentially being a father again, I haven't mentioned to the world or mentioned to anyone. I think I mentioned the loss, but my wife recently had a miscarriage this year, and it was a potential. Yeah, of course, may have been a daughter. And what about my thought process is that I would not ever want my daughter to live in a world where someone tells her that she doesn't qualify for a job because she's a woman, or she worked her ass off and the only thing that's wrong with her is what the creator gave her. I think that's the world that I'm scared to live in. If I had to just be raw. If I vote, and I'm be honest, there's a part of me that still will still probably vote for her with apprehension. Because I understand, not because of who she is as a woman, but because I think I know how the world will probably treat her because of the fact that she is a woman. And inexorably and ostensibly, how they would inexorably treat America because of that. Right? So then, I'm stuck, right? Because if I vote one way, understanding that what that may lead for our military, because I'm from a military, I understand, then how does that lead one direction? But on the other hand, what am I saying on my conscience? That if I were to have a daughter, I'm saying to her, my proverbial daughter, I'm saying to her that you are not good enough to do what you might be capable, might be able to do, might be forthright to do. And that is the conscious battle that I'm struggling with. So no, I don't think I'm emasculated because I consider a future where I think someone is possible or someone's capable, irrespective to their gender. Now, do I think that their sex or their gender should be retrospect to what they should be able or should be responsible to do? Absolutely. Because yes, you're damn right. My wife is predominantly responsible for the goings on of the kids. Absolutely. I make no qualms with that. She understands that. But that doesn't mean that because I'm the man, it doesn't mean that I don't have a duty and responsibility to get my ass in the kitchen. Everyone knows here that I cook, to get my ass in the kitchen and cook a damn meal. That doesn't mean that I can't do that. Does that make sense to everybody? Like, so understand that. So I don't know. That's my long, circuitous answer, but over. Mantis, to you.
Okay. All right. So I agree with Bossman said that just because someone is a woman doesn't mean that she should not, have like certain roles in society, or like you can't do this, you can't do that, just simply because of you're a woman. The whole emasculated thing, like I said, that seems pretty subjective, just based on some arbitrary rules of like what makes you emasculated. I feel like anybody who doesn't want to vote for the other person who's by the way, before I say like these next words, are there certain like words I can't say? on this podcast.
Can't say great without the G.
Okay, so someone who was adjudicated for sexual assault, God, there's so many things. Adjudicated for sexual assault, convicted felon who went into girl beauty pageants and looked at underage girls naked, who took his case to court 60 times with judges that he appointed, and then he failed every single one of those, said that he still won, and then inspired a bunch of people to go to the Capitol to ransack, to stop actually a free and fair election, and who elected 44 cabinet members, and 40 of them won't back him. He had to hire a new vice president because his old one won't support him because he tried to get him killed, who tried to look for more votes in Georgia, who called veterans suckers and losers, who had like the audacity to go to a gravesite of a fallen soldier with like a thumbs up sign, thumbs up and a smile, who, and all the other ridiculous stuff he said, saying like Hannibal Lecter, who's a fictional character, the late great Hannibal Lecter, who is only existed in books and movies, and he never died in those books and movies, who said that he could nuke hurricanes, who a lot of ridiculous shit. Like, he literally said that, oh, and don't get me wrong, of all the stuff that he said about Black people, that he said migrants are taking more than 100% of Black jobs. And when he went to the Associated Journalists of Black women, he was asked, what is a Black job? And he literally just said, anybody with a job. Then why in the hell did you even mention the word Black? And the fact that he said that his mugshot would appeal to Black people.
Nigga, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
This is all shit that Donald Trump has said and done. He said that his mugshot would appeal to Black people, like that shit's normal. He said that his shoes that he was selling would be appealing to Black people because, like, all we're supposed to be all about sneakers and shit. This is all stuff that he said. Like, he has offended this. This is the man that said denounce white supremacy and told him to, instead of denouncing it, he said stand back and stand by.
You got the whole playbook, don't you? You gotta let it somewhere.
Yeah.
Let him
So
talk. Let
anyway,
him cook.
yeah.
Let him
But
cook.
anyway, yes.
So you need to go outside and get
these are all rational. I'm just saying. I'll shorten this up.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Rational thoughts that anybody could question, especially, Black Americans, anybody, of why, Kamala would be better than the opposite. I mean, sorry. I mean, all that stuff just gets me heated. Like, I can go on. Like, so you want, just because she's a woman,
Go on.
yeah. Oh.
Go on. Keep going. Keep going.
I mean, this is the man that thinks the stock market only appeals to, if he's winning, then it's up. Then if it's down, then that means, oh, the Democrats fucked up. That's not how the stock market works. This is the man who literally in 2020, we literally had a pandemic plan for the United States, but he threw it out because Obama created it. And the pandemic would have looked a lot better if we kept it. But the fact that he just threw it out just because it was Obama's plan, I mean, it's just sheer idiocy. And he's complete idiot. And like, I don't know why men. So if you're saying that you are emasculated because she's a woman, yet this motherfucker is like the dumbest idiots I have ever seen when he rambles on about fucking sharks and batteries instead of talking about actual things that happen. His whole migrant thing is bullshit because he's saying that people from all over the country, or billions, are coming in, and then there's migrant crime. You can literally.
You just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
He's laughing.
Let him
Yeah.
cook.
Anyway,
Damn, boy.
Go ahead, man. Keep going.
So anyway, if
Boy,
what makes you a man, so anyway, I'll short
Let him cook.
what makes
The women love him in the chat.
voting for sure idiocy just because he's a man and he thinks that by pouring water on magnets makes them short circuit that fucking will cause cancer.
Pick your
The
glasses
rational
up, man.
choice has to be Kamala, no matter how you spin it. If not, please somebody tell me, make that make sense why I shouldn't vote for Kamala over this complete idiocy, and somehow that makes me emasculated that the idiot is the most reasonable choice just because he's a man. I'm sorry, I'm done.
Can I ask you a
Yeah,
question?
in
Yes.
7 years, you replay this shit to yourself, okay?
Okay, I got a question for you.
Yes.
How do you feel about the man that went inside the school and shot the children?
The recent one, the school shooting.
Yeah, how do you feel about I want to know the one in Texas.
The man that went inside the
With an assault rifle.
You talking about Valdi? You talking about Valdi?
You talking about you, Verdi?
Evaldi.
Yeah. What do you call him? Who did that? Who went in and did that to those children?
A murderer.
So anybody that causes harm to children, you'd say they were murderers.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who causes harm to children, yeah, I would say they are murderer, but they're just.
And what would you do if I said I supported him? I think he has a right to go and shoot. What would you say? What would you call me?
An accomplice to. I mean, well, not an accomplice, but like, I wouldn't support anybody that supports, the accomplishments of a person who murdered children.
Okay. So then why are you voting for Kamala Harris?
Because of all the reasons that I listed, because the other person literally like.
Stay with me now.
Okay.
You just said that the man that shot those children is a murderer.
Right.
If I supported him, I would be accomplice to what he believes, and you wouldn't even want to be around people who agreed with people who murdered children. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you would say, under Kamala Harris's reign, she believes in abortion. She had an abortion truck backed up at the DNC to abort babies. Do you know, Mantis? I know you talk about gender and all this. Do you know that Black women lead in abortions? 23 million Black babies have been taken to the chop shop and chopped up and thrown away in plastic disposable bags. Do you know that? And do you know that she believes that women should have the right to kill their children? So when you go to the when you go to the voting booth and you vote for her, you're an accomplice to a woman who supports murder.
I disagree.
How so?
I mean, because you brought up abortion, which is
is murder.
No.
Okay. Can I, Mantis? Can I help
Abortion
you
is
out
not
there?
murder.
Abortion is not murder.
Abortion is not murder.
No.
Even at term, even women who get it done in 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, it's not murder.
I mean, no. I mean, those are rare, but
Rare. Oh, let's look at
Yep.
the numbers. See, I knew you would say that.
DMU, I got a question for you.
No, I'm cooking. So you're
Now,
saying to me,
I want to add this to you so you can cook it.
Rick
I
got
want to add this
next.
to you real
so
quick.
you so
Can
you
I
said
add this
it,
to you?
so you said it's rare for women to have abortions between the month of 4 and 7.
Right, but it depends on what kind of abortion. So there are adoption abortions where you can save the fetus, that you don't have to kill it.
Most women,
Sure.
you just moved the goalpost from Amsterdam to Alaska. Watch this. I'm looking at the numbers here. I advise you do the same. Okay. Most abortions, 43% of abortions happen between month 3 and 5. When you think a baby is formed by then, legs, arms, little heartbeat. Take heed, you had a baby before. I don't want to be disrespectful and speak as a man. When can you tell what the baby's sex is? What month is that? The what month?
It's the 5th month.
Oh, that's murder.
Mm-hmm.
So, man, again, when you go vote for Kamala, you're voting for a woman that supports abortion. Now, Anissa's in the chat. She supports you. She gonna come up, right? She's in her robe, butt naked, with a glass of wine, rewatching Kamala Harris, playing with herself. However, she says that you need to fact check this. You should. She supports women's rights. She supports women's rights to choose. Matter of fact, I have her on camera saying, I have her on video saying that she supports women's rights to abort their children. Haven't we had enough? 23 million babies, Mantis. Think about it. Out of those 23 million babies, who's the next doctor? Who's the next Michael Jordan? Who's the next Michael Vick, or the next great basketball football player? Who's the next great scientist? Who's the next Elon Musk out of those 23 million?
Next Nas.
No, because they haven't been born.
23 million babies have been taken to the chop shop between month 3 and 5.
I mean, if it's a production abortion, you can perform the abortion without, killing the fetus.
Oh, I'm sorry. Take heed to the message. You take heed to the message. I hope you don't mind me saying this. Take heed to the message. Have done this in her younger. Can I talk about it? Take heed? If you don't want me to, I won't say nothing. Okay, that's fine. Take heed has had one before, so you've never experienced it. So since you have not experienced it, and Take Heed has experienced it, then Take Heed, can you walk us through how pleasant this is to take the life of a child? Since he's talking like it's pleasant.
I never said that.
I said like. I didn't say you did. Go ahead. Take it.
So I think when we get up here and we argue about women's rights and their right to choose and stuff like that, I don't think they weigh the consequences of what they're doing. Because when we do this, and even though, shout out to Boss Man, because he gave me the breakdown of what really was what this is why America thinks the way that it does. But I will share this with you. I think every woman should have to walk into the theater of getting this deletion done so you can see what the machine looks like, so you can see the chains hanging from the ceiling, how they strap you to the bed, everything like that. I think that they should have a whole segment on that thing before you go and do what you do. Because I think if women saw how the machine sucks the baby out and crush it, they would think differently. It wouldn't be so easy. Because what they do is they already sedated you before you got in here, so you don't see what it looks like. And then when they're finished, they put you back out in the recovery room. So I don't think that women understand what they're actually doing. They don't see the consequences until after the baby is gone. And the sad part is that our government uplifts this. And then other women uplift women doing this. And I kid you not, I would never in my age now, or even when I get older, I would never promote this to young women. My thing, what I will promote is take something that will protect you from getting pregnant, or use a condom, or close those legs, clink clink. Because we make deletions the answer. We make deletions the answer. Now, like I told y'all before, these young people shouldn't be fucking anyway. They not married, they shouldn't be fucking, but reality is they gonna fuck no matter what. But the thing is, to protect yourself is the key. Having an abortion having a deletion is not a cakewalk, and these young women don't understand what it feels like. And then you have women out here like Anissa that will say, I shouldn't have to govern over nobody's body. She's a woman, she's this. And this is coming from a woman who doesn't have children. So we have women that will dictate to other women who can have children that, oh, it's okay to delete your baby. But if they had children, would they feel that way? Would they feel that it's okay to delete children? And I digress. I'm done.
I just wanted to put that up there, that the average abortion happens at 15 weeks in the United States. Because people be saying that we're lying and we're just talking out our fucking ass. The average abortion for a baby happens in 15 weeks. That's when you can hear the heartbeat, the baby's moving around a little bit in there. That's 3.5 months, almost 4 months. Kiss my entire ass. That's what I'm talking about right there. When we sit up here and say, fact check them, and this will say, fact check them niggas. Well, if you want to go to Charlotte Lozer Institute, right here, it says fact checked. The average abortion in the United States is at 15 weeks. That's 3.5 months, almost 4 months. So basically that's murder when you say Mantis.
Blackman, you just said 15 weeks, right? But there is something that you didn't.
Let him answer that first. Is that murder, Mantis?
No, I didn't. I said that at 15 weeks, I mean, you can have an induction abortion where the fetus can be extracted, but it still saves it.
And how often does that happen?
That's only if they choose to get an induction abortion. I'm not sure which.
They don't. 23 million times they don't. They don't.
If they were concerned about the health of the baby, they would carry the baby to term.
Yeah.
Let me say something.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
There's something that you missed out, Blackman. You see the law of average, right? When people say average, they're looking at cute. You shouldn't be looking at that average.
Hey, yo, you breaking up a little bit. You breaking up a little bit.
I said you shouldn't be looking at the average. When you say average, you make it look cute. You shouldn't be looking at the average. You know why? If the average is 3 months, that means there are people who are committing it at 6 months. But guess what? Remember the first month? No, not everybody know they are pregnant the first month, right?
Right.
Usually they're supposed to know at the first 2 weeks, right? But most people know at the first month. So now that means there are people committing abortion at the 7th month, 2 months to birth. So when you take 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 7 months, and then average it, that is the 3 months that you get it.
Come on, Ikane.
That's math right there. I'm an engineer, brother.
Come on,
that's math right there. So that means it's far worse than you think, brother. It's far worse than you think.
Man, listen, bro. That's what I was saying.
Hold on a second.
Anybody? Who else was next? Okay.
Rick is next.
Okay,
Rick got to get in there. Mantis, the reason why I let you ramble earlier, because I wanted to make sure that you weren't mute. Because when I was asking you questions earlier, you got deaf mute on me and dumb. So that's the reason why I let you cook. And that's the main reason why I don't do disingenuous conversations with people who are willfully ignorant. If I ask you a direct question, I expect a direct answer. None of all this silly putty bull that you just pulled with Black Man and with me. But I'm going to go ahead and let Rick go ahead and handle that. Rick, you have the mic, sir.
Well, thank you, gracious gentlemen and ladies. How y'all doing? Sitting here
Rick,
minding my business. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Rick, hey, hold on. First of all, Rick, I meant to tell you I stole your post the other day and reposted that shit.
Hey, it's gravy. You know what I'm saying?
That boy said somebody I've helped somewhere. What did it say?
Somebody you helped is out there talking right now about how you did them wrong.
Woo! I love it. Go ahead.
Right. Look, this all about choices, right? It's all about choices. You vote for who you want, right? But what was the question? Only emasculated? No, look, these are the men of the world. These are the cultured men who have an understanding, more emotionally tied in to the fabric of society than the baby boomers and the Gen Xers. Right? The dudes that's scared to talk to women out in public.
Did you hear what I said?
The dudes who can't seem to make life happen with their how can I say it? Their opposite counterpart, because again, gender doesn't matter anymore, right? Y'all gonna get what y'all asking for. Y'all gonna get what y'all asking. He said black jobs, right? I read an article today. You know how many Americans lost jobs this summer alone? 1.4 million. You know how many immigrants got jobs? 3 million. Right? Shout out to DACA. Right? Y'all can't blame that on Trump. That's all the Democrats' fault. Now listen, this ain't about if you get fucked. It's who fucking you. Right? The simple fact that we have conversations about what an institution can do with our kids let you know you ain't in power, you ain't no position. Them ain't even your goddamn kids. Keep it a bean with you. Them ain't even your kids. But listen to how you talk. I'm a mantis punch, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel. He said. That ain't got shit to do with you going in your refrigerator and seeing it empty and do it. Not a goddamn thing. And to read again, y'all vote for who. I don't give a damn who you vote for. I'm keeping it a bean with you, right? But when you come up here and give me some shit off somebody said, and let me school you, Mantis, again, because y'all don't understand that this is the United States of America, a known republic, right? Democracy is laid on top of it, so y'all continue to believe this bullshit. There's nothing illegal about an insurrection, my boy. We said this before. The biggest one happened, in these history books that y'all don't read no more. The Boston Tea Party, the American Revolution, right? People in this country, you have the God-given right to oppose this government if they do not follow the will of the people. Those people did nothing wrong. To keep it a bean with you, the government did something wrong. Because if you ever come into a place where government's power oversees the power of the people, it is no longer a country.
May I say a quick thing?
No, don't. There's no need, because I didn't interrupt you and I'm not asking you any questions.
Okay.
Right? Make your choice. It's cool. Don't knock on my door when it don't go your way, when it don't go your way, though. Gentlemen, Akine, I'm sure he agrees with this. You are the last of a dying breed. Revel in it. Revel in it. The traditional man is becoming extinct. Don't keep trying to convince these fools, man. They made up their mind.
We're not gonna let that happen. We're not gonna
Sir,
let it happen.
you don't put energy where you get no results, sir. And I don't argue with fools. And any man who sit up here and tells me that abortion is not murder, you're a fool, sir. Again, it's just the category that has been slotted over so you can feel good about your motherfucking self. Don't neither one of these candidates got a problem with abortion. Trump just put it on the states. He don't want the federal government putting a blanket of it over the United States. Your state was supposed to make those laws. If you don't like California, move. But you should be able to move because we're in the best economy ever, right? Shouldn't be no problem to rent that U-Haul and get your shit moved to another state that's better for your liking. Facts. Oh, but that's Trump's fault, right? Y'all would select a person who's shown you absolutely nothing because you don't like a person. That's what it really is. Yes, there are black jobs. Yes, there are white jobs. They're called American jobs. Y'all so blind, y'all don't see what's coming. It's coming too. It's coming. And you're going to be the first one crying. You're going to be the first one crying. So again, they're not emasculated men, fellas. These are the evolved man. You old, bitter, pain married guys who's in bad situations and take facts. Y'all gonna see. And I'm gonna be on my patio with the 40, not the drink, laughing at y'all. Because if y'all run up here, I'm shooting through the door.
So it's my turn to talk.
Yes, sir. My apologies, Kenny.
No problem. I gotta ask you a question real quick. I can't really see that far to see the leg, but the guy on glasses, yeah, Punch. Okay, I'm talking to Punch. Punch.
Mantis. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Uh, Let me ask you a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
What do you classify? Like, what qualify? What kind of? I would say of all these subjects that lead to abortion. Where's your red line?
Where's my red line?
Yes.
I mean, ultimately, it's not up to me. It's the person having the abortion.
So you don't have a red line.
I mean,
Let me ask you this question real quick. If a girl goes in and have a sex, I have sex with a boy, and she gets pregnant, but then she fall out of love with the boy because she doesn't have that feel no more, and she's 7 months pregnant. Is it okay for you if she goes and abort the child
I
because she
mean,
doesn't feel the guy anymore? She doesn't have feelings for him.
it's her choice if she wants to keep the baby or
No,
not.
is he conscious? Is he okay with you? Not a matter of her choice. Is he okay with you if he goes and like if she goes and have an abortion, or maybe she comes to you and say, "What's your opinion? She should go have an abortion at 17, at 7 months, and she doesn't have feelings for that guy anymore." Is that okay with you?
So you're saying if she goes to me to ask my opinion, if she,
Yes. If she comes, yeah, and say that based on advice that you're going to give to her, that she will follow your advice. What would you say?
at the end of the day, I would say just trust your feelings.
No, her feelings now is rested on you. Her feelings, her decision is rested on you as her mentor. You are her mentor. She wants you to make this decision for her because you are a big brother. And she wants to have that an abortion. But she can change her mind if you say, no, don't do it. And she will do it if you say, go ahead. What would you say to her?
I don't see why that choice should be reliant on me because I'm not the
She's a
one.
little kid. I know, but she's a little kid. She don't know nothing. She's just a 18-year-old child.
She's 17.
She's 18.
Oh,
Legal.
18. Sorry, 18. I mean, like I said, I mean, it's at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what I say. It's her choice.
So what would you say?
What would I say?
Mhm.
It's follow your heart.
I blame you, black man.
And our heart is rested on your decision,
You're a troublemaker.
your recommendation. What would you recommend?
I blame you.
What would I
Nothing.
recommend?
Yes. What would you recommend?
The reality is, I'm not the one having the baby. So my whatever I say is irrelevant. So the only thing that I
Okay.
can tell her is to follow your own decision. And if
In
what
this
your
in this in
decision
this
is,
situation, in this conversation, you only have two choices.
No.
You can only give two answers. Go and do it and don't do it. You only have two answers. Go and do it and don't do it.
no, that's a false dichotomy. There's always a third question would be to don't say.
No!
No, guys.
I gotta go.
I'm tired of
Let me
talking
say
to
that.
y'all. I'm
No,
tired of
no.
talking to y'all.
No, you
I'm
No.
guys,
sick of y'all.
I'm going
I'm sick
somewhere.
of
I'm
No,
going
y'all.
I'm
somewhere.
sorry.
I'm going
What
somewhere,
you
guys.
said? No, what you said
The reason why
logically. There's only two.
no,
There's only two
that,
answers that.
that you can give.
It's no. There's always a third answer.
Okay, let me say this real quick. Okay, I got you. But let me say this real quick. This is why, as somebody that is in certain field, I don't deal with people in an opinion field. I call it opinion field. Field that doesn't have facts. Field that goes based on feeling and opinion, and it has no consequences when a decision is made. In engineering, you can only make good or bad decisions. One will save life and the other will kill people. When you come to me and you're speaking on based on opinion, I don't listen to you because that's why I don't talk to lawyers. I don't sit down and have conversation with lawyers. You know why? Because they give you opinion. They never give you facts. When I have a
The
problem,
gray
I go
area
to
where
a
the
lawyer
bullshit at. I keep trying to
because
tell
is
y'all,
it
boy.
because you know
I keep
why?
trying to tell
Their
y'all. Y'all don't
discussion,
listen.
their everything.
Y'all don't
This is
listen.
why I gotta tell you this. I gotta say this. I voted for Democrat for a long time. I will say this. I might never vote for Trump. I might never vote for Trump, but for me to come down and vote for Kamala Harris is going to be very hard. The reason why is because
Look at
when
Turkey.
you tell people, when you look people in the eye and tell them that go and have an abortion because of how you feel about a guy you just had sex with 7 months ago, that is despicable. If somebody comes to me and says, I was raped,
Great.
I'm sorry, I was raped, that he wants to have an abortion, I would say, go do it. I'm a traditional man to the core. I don't think a woman should get married to a man that has criminal history. I don't think a woman should give a child to a criminal if that criminal rapes her. But if you go and have sex with a criminal and then you knowingly well know or knowingly well knew the guy was a criminal, and then you had sex with him, and then 6 months later you say, "Oh, you want to have an abortion?" No, you're a damn fraud. But if you get raped by anybody,
Great.
if you get raped by anybody, go have it. Go terminate that child because guess what?
Filthy motherfucker.
You're just bringing another criminal into the world. That's what you're doing. Bringing
Okay,
another criminal,
so Ikene, hold on.
another rapist.
So
Go
let me
ahead.
say this real quick. We got Anger Man in the building. Anger Man, give me just a minute because we got super chats.
of the devil has been destroyed.
We got Devontae Greens with $2. We talking about the Thundercat generation. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Hold on. Let's see here. Through the Fire Podcast, $5 super chat. He said Ricky is right. Traditional men will die out in the next generation. Damn. All right, then we got another $5 super chat from Through the Fire Podcast. Appreciate you, my brother. He said, "Do we really have a dude laying in bed? All he's missing is the bunny." Yeah. Now, Angerman, I don't know if you've been watching. We have Mantis on the panel who says he's a cis man. There are several genders. Did you say genders? I don't want to misquote you.
Yes, he said it. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. No, I didn't say that there are several genders. I was just saying there's a distinction between sex and gender.
Okay. So Angry Man meet Mantis. Mantis meet Angry Man. Lost in translation has you lied look on his face. Angry Man, go ahead.
Please, I'm sorry. Before Angry Man starts,
okay. Yeah,
I want to log off because I want to watch this from my bedroom. When I saw Angry Man come up, I knew this about to go left, so I want to go upstairs. All y'all have a wonderful night.
You want to get some popcorn, don't you?
Yeah, she want to get some popcorn. Yeah,
you want to get some popcorn now, don't you? I already know.
Watch him smoke.
I already know.
I see y'all. Have a good one, everybody.
All right, girl. Thank you.
What's the difference between sex and gender?
Here we go.
I mean, sex is pretty much sex is the pretty much like the biological components of those that make, like, you know, egg sperm production. So that'll be like genotypic sex is XY associated with male. So gamete production with sperm would be, and then you got your phenotypic sex, which is phenotypic, which is like your masculine traits, penis, that kind of thing. Opposite is of course the female XX and everything. Gender is a neurochemical biological construct that can correlate. So it's a subconscious construct in the hypothalamus that can correlate with your sex at birth or have a
who is the scientist that did the definitive research that says that gender is basically what you just said?
There's a bunch of scientists
that have definitive proof of that.
Correct. That's how scientists performed.
What is the name? What is the name of those scientists?
I mean, they're all listed in the DSM-5 plus neurobiology.
Oh, they're listed in the mental illness book.
No, so it's not.
That is what the DSM-5 is, sir.
So no, the DSM-5 doesn't classify.
Let me ask you a question before you go into that. Before you go into all of that, what university did you attend?
OSU, OKC.
Yeah, I figured.
I don't understand.
Because that's where they taught you all of that bullshit. Because that's all it is bullshit.
Why?
Why?
How's it bullshit?
Because it is.
That's circular.
What's circular?
Saying it is because it is. That's just a circular definition. You have to explain why is it bullshit.
Because for hundreds of thousands of years of bioevolution, this didn't exist until human beings got to a point where their survival wasn't dependent upon extreme circumstances. We now enjoy a level of leisure that allows human beings the ability to engage in a bunch of ideological bullshit that doesn't really have any solid standing in any real science.
It does have solid standing.
No, it doesn't.
It's part of the.
No, it doesn't.
Says who, nigga?
No, it doesn't.
Says who?
You still haven't given me. You still haven't given me a scientist so that I can go look up his work and find out what research he did that gave him definitive proof, because this is news to me.
Correct, but it's not one scientist. It's a group of scientists who have done research together, and then
Named
that's
who?
scientific. That's how
Named
all
who?
scientists. No, it's not who. It's like all science has been.
What's the name of the group then, man?
What is the
He
name of
doesn't know.
the
He
name of the
doesn't
group?
know.
He
He's
doesn't
just
know
repeating.
because he doesn't know because he's my bad. My bad, fam. He doesn't know because he's repeating shit he heard somebody else say.
Thank you. Exactly.
He doesn't know because first of all, here's the thing. First of all, we know you're not an expert on this subject. Because if you were an expert on this subject, you would have rattled off a few scientists immediately. You would have rattled off studies immediately. You would have given me some sort of literature that I could go to and read immediately. This has nothing to do with actual science. It is more about ideological viewpoints and philosophies that are placed in our society, in our culture for purposes, for certain purposes.
Angry man, this is what I did earlier. Angry man, I'm going to let him cook. Please, hold on. Angry man, excuse me, sir. Hold on. Angry man, no, DMU, let me say one thing real quick. Angry man, this is what I told him earlier. I said to him this, that sometimes people just make up stories, make up location, make up geographical location, make up in Greek, somewhere in Greek in 3,000 years ago, somewhere in Africa. And then when you ask them, where is that place? Like, can you give me the exact correspondence? All of a sudden, they don't have it. They start going in circles. Just like it took me almost 15 minutes to try to get him to say yes or no. And he will still refuse to say it.
Come on, Rick.
This is what has been done to populations for centuries. It's the division of people. That's all it is. That's all it is, right? Because men understand that even though we don't have to say it out our mouth, that there's a competition amongst us, right? And same with ladies, there's a competition amongst them. But what happens is right, they take the strongest and they isolate those. How do they do that here? That's money, that's capital, right? Listen to what, let me prove it to you. Let me prove it to you. The top 10%, the middle class, right? Poverty level, alpha man, cis man, right? Because no matter what, right? Listen to
hey,
what
boss
I
man, check the private chat.
Listen to what I tell y'all, and I want y'all to pay attention to this. And y'all probably won't because it don't matter because I don't make enough money or you don't like what I say. Well, fuck you too. Right? You know why these people that claim themselves as trans latch on to it so quickly? Because it makes them feel special in a group that they do not feel good about. They're the lowest of the low. They're weird and they're awkward. The same thing y'all say about these men here that's supposedly weird and awkward and can't. It's the same shit. But what happens is, again, let me prove it to you. Do y'all remember when cosplay was just something that dudes mainly did?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Y'all remember when anime was something that really dudes was only into?
Yeah.
Pokemon cards, Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, come on.
Right? Dungeons and Dragons, my boy.
Zelda.
Yu-Gi-Oh, Digimon.
Right? Listen. This is it in a microcosm, right? But this is what happens on a grand scale, right? No matter what, somebody adopts that because within that group, there's a different hierarchy of people who feel they're more powerful and who's who and who knows what and who's an expert in this and that and whatever have you.
But you know
that's all they're doing to them.
But you know what? Here's the interesting thing about it, right? The interesting thing about it, in fact, give me 1 second. I got the book in here somewhere. I want to give him an answer because he said me saying it's bullshit is not a sufficient answer. So hold on 1 second.
That's what people say when they can't articulate their own point. They just put a label your shit and say it's bullshit.
So
You call that a straw man argument?
here's my answer,
Straw
right?
man argument.
Here's my answer. See,
No.
the thing about me, Mantis, is I'm a old school traditional man. In other words, whenever I give answers, I understand the concept that what's understood doesn't always have to be spoken. There's certain things I shouldn't have to explain because everybody should have enough common sense to understand it. I said it was bullshit because most of our lives is bullshit. Most of everything that we do as human beings right now is bullshit, with the exception of eating, sleeping, defecating, having sex, having children, things of that nature, right? The reason why I know that what you're talking about, all of the things you're talking about, is simply the human imagination running wild, is because all of what you're talking about, if we were to have some catastrophic event where we lost all of our modern technology, let's say there was a nuclear war and a lot of us survived it, but because of the EMP blast and because of all of this, we lost all of our power grids and lost all of our electrical things and just kind of pushed us back to a more tribal way of living. Everything that you're talking about would vanish immediately. All of that shit, the moment the human beings are put back in their original state of survival mode, all of that intersectional shit would disappear. Feminism would disappear. All of this shit would disappear. And that's how I know it's bullshit. Okay? Not to mention the fact that what you're talking about, which is what Ricky was alluding to, it is the precursor for the fall of every single civilization that has come before this one. Every time a civilization falls, it is preceded by this thing where we want to play with the gender roles and we want to act like, oh, it's not just men and women get together and have children. No, we can do a bunch of other shit and we can start playing around with sexuality and doing all of this. That always leads, one, to the effeminization of men, which makes them unsuitable for protecting whatever civilization they live in. It leads into the empowerment of women who are not suited to protect the civilization that you live in. And then what ends up happening is you see a deconstructing of the
Society.
infrastructure of our society. Now, unlike you, I'm going to give you a source. See this book right here? This book is called Sex and Culture. It was written by J.D. Unwin, who actually conducted landmark study of 86 civilizations through 5,000 years of history. And what he found out of his extensive study, and I may be wrong, but I think this guy may have actually won the Nobel Peace Prize. I could be wrong, but he is a PhD. And this was published by the Oxford Press back in 1934. What he found is that there's a direct correlation between the fall of a civilization and us doing what we're doing right now, which is stepping outside of monogamous relationships, one-to-one man and woman, having children, rearing those children, showing them to repeat that process and coming together as a community and having standard structures and rules for our society. Once we start getting rid of all of that, that's when you see the destruction of a civilization. It has happened numerous times over and over again. So when I talk about these particular topics, I'm not talking out of my ass. I'm not one of these new age progressive college professors in a damn college which is no longer institutions of higher learning. They're institutions of indoctrination. And a lot of the bullshit that they're teaching y'all is really Marxist communism repackaged as some new sort of identity bullshit, which really doesn't do anything for anybody except makes their lives more complicated and more fucking confusing, and leads to the fall of a society which we're staring down the barrel of right now.
So Anchorman, real quick, Max, your question. So you think only, because the title of the show is only emasculated men will vote for Harris. Do you think that the men who are voting for her are emasculated?
Man, the vast majority of the men today are emasculated. Most of the men today wouldn't even throw a punch if they needed to save their life. Dang. They think everything about masculinity is toxic. And it's hilarious because you'll have guys like this sit up here and say, well, I'm pro-choice, and they'll fight hard as hell for a woman's rights. But if you ask them one simple question, they'll never be able to answer it. If you say to them, right now, there's an epidemic of men being depressed. Have you spoke on that? No. There's an epidemic of men taking their own lives due to depression. Have you spoke on that? No. Do you speak on colon cancer, which a lot of men deal with, and there needs to be awareness about men getting checkups so that they don't get colon cancer? I just find it interesting that fully grown men are so invested in fighting for the rights of women, and they don't even worry about their own damn rights.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna head out because I got a long day tomorrow. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to Mantis Punch. What you believe is what you believe. Shit, opinions are like assholes, and everybody got one, right? It's as simple as this, man. I keep trying to tell you that the problem's been since the time of Adam and Eve. The problem's always been choice. It's always been choice, right? Again, I don't believe. I don't believe. I don't care who wins. I really don't. Right. I work too hard to secure my home. You know what I told you, boss man. Right. I do everything I can to insulate my wife and my home from the shit that go on outside. I establish a budget. I invest where I can. I keep my costs to a minimum. It's just that fucking simple. Right. Like I said, what I don't appreciate about this thing is that we don't have honest conversations about the two parties involved. It's just that simple. It's crazy to me how, and that, like, you see when he said that shit about, I ain't say shit. He did some of that shit. Some of the shit's been misconstrued, but every single one of us has said some shit they regret. Is that fair to say?
Yep.
Right? But what's crazy to me, right, is that we can point out Trump's inconsistencies where he lacks, but y'all can't seem to do the same for y'all candidate. She's infallible. She made no mistakes, right? Y'all don't even address the fact that she didn't even get elected by her party. She got pushed into place. And y'all say the things talking about the insurrection.
January 6th, yeah.
When y'all got a coup going on right in front of y'all motherfucking face and y'all don't recognize it. But y'all supposed to be men, though. Y'all bullshit artists. And it shows in your mental capacity. I don't give a fuck about a smart dummy.
The men of today are weak men. Period.
I could not give a fuck about a smart dummy when your morals and your reasoning is off kilter. Because just like they said, when the shit go to rock, right? When the rubber meet the road, and I gotta meet you in the street, one man's gonna win. And that's what y'all don't understand, what it really comes down to.
And guess what? All that fucking ideology, all of that gender, cisgender, all of that,
ain't gonna mean shit.
Ain't gonna mean a motherfucking thing.
It's not gonna mean a goddamn thing. Nothing. It's gonna prove who the men and who the bitches. Which one are you? But hey, what the fuck do I know?
And the first thing, and here's the thing. First of all, I'm gonna tell you something right now. Those of you that believe in all of that, you have to realize it's a luxury. It is a luxury of our society being to the point where we can do those things, right? It's a luxury that we can currently afford. Like if I were to ask you guys right now, how many of you guys go rock climbing?
I haven't gone in a while.
But you don't go regularly, right? You're not rock
No.
climbing regularly, right?
No.
Okay, so if you notice, there's a lot of people that are well off that have a lot of time on their hand. They do things like that because they can afford to. You feel what I'm saying? And so because we live in a society that for a very long time has been a very wealthy society, we have been afforded the privilege to do a lot of things with human beings. So, anytime somebody brings up all of that stuff, I say, yo, people can live how they want to live, do what they want to do. My only issue with it is don't try to force whatever you believe on me. I don't have to believe that, right? I don't care what grown folks do. But if we try to get into the argument of whether or not this is conducive for humankind, I can tell you definitively it's not. Because at the end of the day, nature, to quote Dr. Malcolm on Jurassic Park, nature finds a way.
Always.
So when nature decides that it's fed up with human beings indulging in hubris, it will humble us. Because all of this shit that you see is temporary. This house is temporary. The concrete out there is temporary. Those cars are temporary. The only thing that's permanent is that grass, that soil, them trees, the nature. That's the only thing that is consistent. If all of us died off tomorrow, it wouldn't even take 10 years for nature to freaking overcome all of this shit, to rust up that metal, to break up through the ground and destroy everything. So at the end of the day, nature has a particular way of fixing things. And I can tell you right now, if what we're doing right now is not conducive to biology, biology will fix it. And that's just real.
And I'm gonna say this. One second. Someone in a chat asks, "What is the coup d'état?" The coup d'état is what went on right this year with the Democratic Party for you guys. Who's your other Democratic candidate? Why didn't y'all get to choose a Democratic candidate? It was pressed upon y'all. They ran Joe Biden until they could, even though everybody know at this point, y'all knew it before, but now y'all want to admit it because they told you, now they know, right, that he was inept as a president. They had no primary for you guys. Where was y'all Democratic primary? Isn't that part of the election process? Am I wrong, Angry Man?
It's definitely part of the process.
What happened to it?
I tell you what, Trump wouldn't have been able to do that.
Hell no.
That's a coup d'etat. That's a coup d'etat. That is a coup d'etat.
You can shake your head all you want to. Let me tell you how that's. Let me tell you how that's fucked up. Okay, for lack of a better term, you had an opportunity to elect who you want to be for president. Okay, and what happened was they put Biden in there because everybody already said this is the guy that we want to run for president. Okay, they didn't give you guys a choice. They said, here's your choice.
But here's an even bigger question. Okay. If we're being totally honest, and I follow politics extremely well, why is it your candidate makes their entire campaign about identity politics?
Right.
What does any of that have to do with running a country?
Well, they do. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, you bring up the question on a valid basis because it doesn't have anything to do with running the country. The reason why they do that is because we as you so colloquially call it, the community, that's what we appeal to. That's what we like. That's what gets us going. It's provocative, as we say. That is what we appeal to. If was it Charleston White? I think he does a really good job at saying it best. When he was talking, I'll put myself on the spot. When he was talking like I talk, no one heard him. But the very moment that he started speaking in the less eloquent way, the moment he started speaking at the language in the tone and in the tenor that everyone else does at the level, the low vibrational level that people understand, then people all of a sudden started hearing them. So yeah, that's what I've been only voting, I'm 34, so I've been voting since what, 18. So for the most part, every Democratic candidate has basically pandered to some degree to the Black population in some form or fashion to this way, because we only respond in some form or fashion in this way.
Actually, it's only partially true.
Sure.
The way the Democrats now pander to Black people, that's actually fairly new. They didn't used to do that. They started to use that strategy, which is why it's so important for Kamala to lose, so they'll stop doing it. Right? The only reason why they started doing that is because we had a president by the name of William Jefferson Clinton. You know him. And it came out that he smoked weed.
Mm-hmm.
And they thought that that was just going to be a devastating blow against him, which it should have. But they noticed that he didn't lose support from Black people when he did that. So when they found out about it. So he played up to it by going on the Arsenio Hall show, playing the saxophone, got to the point where they started calling him the first Black president. And so ever since then, they have always played up, let me pander to Black people. But see, here's the problem with this, right? I don't show it now because now as an older man, I'm more conservative in the way I move and the way I operate. But I grew up in a very pro-Black house. Extremely pro-Black. You understand what I'm saying? Like my uncle is fruit of Islam, right? So I grew up reading Message to the Black Man, the autobiography of Malcolm X, the Miseducation of the Negro, the ISIS papers, even to the point that when I got old enough, I was very much about activism, so much so that I actually joined the Nation of Islam, right? What annoys me about this, especially with Black people of today, and I call Black people today pseudo pro-Black, because they're not really pro-Black, because a real pro-Black African American, for lack of a better phrase, would be so insulted by Democrats basically putting on intellectual blackface that they would never vote for them. Okay, the moment if Black people were really conscious, not woke, because there is a difference. Consciousness is when Black people started learning who they really were and ignored and dispelled all of the propaganda and all of the myths that came about during the Jim Crow era and beyond, right? When we started having knowledge of self and respecting ourselves, that's consciousness. They've now taken the idea of that and used it as their own and turned it into wokeness. And so what they do now is they attach all of the intersectional groups that he was talking about, that Mantis was talking about. They attach it to the struggle of racism, because outside of attaching it to the struggle of racism, it wouldn't get any real traction. Like I've always put it, racism is the train engine. And all of these other groups, the LGBT groups and all of these different groups, they're like the cars on the back of that train. And what people don't realize is the train only pulls it. The cars gets all of the benefits. So what they do is they use black people to fuel their mission. And then when it comes time to reap the rewards of that mission, somehow black folks get lost in the shuffle, right? So it's really annoying to watch black people to this day champion the Democratic Party when there is literally nothing of any substance that anyone that supports them can tell me that they have done for the black community. The needle has not moved since the civil rights movement. Hasn't budged. You understand? We're now, as far as race relations, as far as civil rights, we're actually worse off than we were before, not because of what they're doing, but because of our ineptitude, because of our inability to read the room and have enough discernment to understand what's good for us and what's not good for us. And that's why you'll have, you know, and I'm not trying to insult you, Mantis, but that's why you'll have a brother like yourself that is advocating for something that, quite frankly, really ain't got a damn thing to do with you. It ain't got nothing to do with you. At the very least, it shouldn't be at the top of your priority list. The top of your priority list should be your blackness. I hate to have to say that. I had to put on my pro-black hat for a second. But what should be at the top of your priority list is blackness. And you should be wondering why other groups have been allowed to skip the line when it comes to making things right with marginalized groups.
I just want to say, yeah, I mean, no, I agree. You know, I do want to do what's right for the benefit of Black people, especially, like, you know, just Black men myself. What the reason why I mentioned all the stuff that I mentioned is because, so, like I said, it's not, so the whole ideology thing, it's not an ideology. It's like saying transgenderism is an ideology is kind of saying like left-handedness is an ideology. It's like people are just born left-handed. Some people were just born transgender. I mean, as far as like blackness, I know I want to support like anybody in the Black community. I mean, that also includes like gay people, like Black gay people, Black trans people. I mean, like, I don't know why we should exclude people, especially since, like, you know, on record. I'm sorry, I'll go ahead. I'm stopping.
Let me just ask you a question. I don't mean to interrupt you. I just got to ask you a question.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was just a bad analogy, but you said that's like people being born left-handed. So are you saying, because there are people that are born left-handed and then they're taught to write with their right hand. Are you telling me that somebody who is born transgender can be taught to be straight?
Well, your gender and your sexual orientation are two different things. So you can't really be taught to be straight. Your orientation is kind of fixed. It can kind of
so then if the ideology is that you're born that way and that's just the way you're going to be, that's not akin to left-handism.
I mean, you're born. I mean, you can be taught to. Sorry, I'll simple it down. I mean, you can be taught to be anything, but that's not the way that they were naturally. So somebody can be naturally born left-handed. They could be taught to be right-handed, but it's going to feel uncomfortable to them because that's not how they were functioning previously. I mean, you can be taught to be anything, but it's not the state that they were naturally.
That's actually not true. Here's the thing, because this is the problem with, you know, the argument, right? The argument, and it works on most people. The idea of excluding people are marginalizing people because they're different, right? I get that. And that's the reason why it works so well on Black people, because Black people have an intimate relationship with that type of experience, right? But what you're not understanding is all of the other groups that you're talking about, many of them, you don't know what they are until they let you know what they are. You know a Black person the moment you see them. And not for nothing, none of those groups were enslaved. None of those groups went through what Black people went through during Reconstruction, during the Jim Crow era. And what you Black people have to start understanding, and I don't know how it has gotten this far, for people in those particular marginalized groups to compare themselves to Black people, it is an insult. Comparing their experience of the world rejecting them in this modern age to what was done to Black people, you can't compare those two things. You just can't.
No, I mean, no, there's no comparison. I mean, it's not like, no, gay people and trans people were not, enslaved. I agree with that. But the thing is, I mean, your orientation and your identity is just part of the human experience. I mean, there are Black gay people, there are Black trans people, and they're just as Black. So,
okay, and guess what? Right now, as we speak, here on YouTube, you can't get up here and bash gay people, but I can call you a nigga 57 times.
okay.
Don't you find that odd?
No, because it's been established. Because, like, I mean, nigga between like Black people has just been a term of endearment in our culture. But so we can call each other that. I mean, that's already been established. But the reason why you can't, I mean, it would be different. It was like a white person saying it. That's a whole nother different ball game. The reason why that you can't bash gay people is because, like I said, they they were born that way, and then there is like thousands upon empirical evidence that even supports this fact. And that's all I'm saying, that there's empirical evidence that's what I've been saying this whole time. It's just a facet of just being human. It's not even going back to it's not even just humans when it terms about with homosexuality, because it's like it's been reported like 1,500 others.
Yo, Mantis, let me just interject just real quick, okay? Real quick. You said something about the gays being a protected group. You don't think Black people's a protected group, or we're not?
No.
Wait, hold on, one more thing, and you can answer to it. But do you know they had a lady on YouTube that advocated for the deletion of Black male babies? And she was on here for like 3 years, like with like 200,000 subs, and it took a white woman to get her taken down. So everything ain't equal. And you say the small hat word, once by accident, they even took down Candace Owens' channel for a week or two just because she rebroadcast a damn interview from 3 years ago.
See,
but everybody piggybacks off of our back.
See,
and when it comes time for the payoff, we don't get shit.
See, here's the thing, R-Pain, and this is what annoys me, and I'm pretty sure it annoys you. You're a little bit older than me, so we're in the similar generation, different from this new generation, right? What insults me more than anything is that Black men have always been the most marginalized group of people in this country. To this day, we still deal with a lot of goofy shit that we shouldn't have to deal with, but we take it in stride, right? But I'm one that finds it really insulting when I'm treated as if I have to have a bleeding heart for everybody else and no one has a bleeding heart for me. I gotta be upset about how people that just got here are being treated when me, my father, my grandfather, my great grandfather have been treated like this for the duration and continue to be treated in a messed up way. And we sit back and it's crazy because I've never seen a group of people, especially black men, that will take on the cause of everybody else when you're still in a messed up situation. You're still in a messed up situation. You're getting ready to vote for a woman right now that's running for president. She didn't pick a black man as her running mate.
She didn't even pick a black female.
She didn't even pick a black man to marry. And guess what? I said it before on this show, and I'm gonna say it again. If Barack Obama had got up there running for president with a white woman as his wife, nobody black would have voted for him. Nobody. But what we're going to do is we're going to ignore that. We're going to pretend like we always do. It goes back to when Ice Cube had that conversation on Fox Soul. And he told them about the contract with Black America. And those black women said, well, what do you have in there for black women? And he looked confused. It's like, what I'm talking about is for black people. No, they want to be excluded. You know why they want to be excluded? Because black women are smart enough to know the way we're treated. And they don't want to hitch their caboose to us because they know whatever the fuck we get, they gonna get. So we keep making these excuses when really, to be truthfully honest, black men should be their own group fighting for our own individual rights as black men, not black people, not other groups, as black men. Because there's no other group that's going to put another cause or another group above themselves and their own cause. Nobody's going to do that. You got Kamala Harris up there in the debate she's talking about he's a threat to our rights. And what rights did she bring up? Female reproductive rights. She didn't bring up the First Amendment. She didn't bring up the Second Amendment. She didn't bring up no rights except the rights of a woman to get rid of their child.
That's it.
Let me explain something to you. Hold on a second. Let me explain something to you. The problem with this new generation is y'all are not satisfied with the hand you've been dealt. Let me ask you fellas something. How many of you guys play spades or played spades before? Everybody, right? You understand that every now and then you're going to get a shit hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you got a partner, you can make something jump. So you don't cry and bitch and moan about what's in your hand. That's the problem with a lot of this generation today. They're mad because they don't get all the fucking spades. They mad because they don't get all the trump cards. Well, guess what? That's not how life works. You will be dealt some bad cards from time to time. Yes. You might not be born in the body you think you should be born in. You may not be born in the country you think you should be born in. You may think that you don't have enough money like you think you should have in. Well, guess what? You got 24 hours just like everybody else. You got time. You can make whatever it is jump. You know how to jump. But the problem is you have people who want special privileges. They want to be shushed to the front of the line. That's the reason why I don't like Madam Vice President. Because she was shushed to the front of the line. She didn't have to earn a damn thing. She didn't have to go up against other opponents, other people who are probably better qualified than she is. She didn't have to do none of that. All she did was she rode the coattails of Joe Biden. And as a matter of fact, if I recall directly, the last time Joe Biden ran before he won this last time, they asked Joe directly, will you select a woman of color to run as your vice president? That right there told me already what I needed to know. They already had somebody in mind. So when he stepped down for this election, when he did, which is a very opportune time, once everything else has been settled and smoke has been cleared, all of a sudden they asked Joe to sit down after he had a conversation with Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine how that conversation would have went. Joe, you kind of messed up. And I think you need to get down or lay down. Because the way we see it, you didn't look like you could run this country another day. So in order for you to save face, and so we don't have to enact the 25th Amendment and have you yanked down disgracefully, we ask that you let Kamala take your place. And we're going to ask you to support her. And then you get to ride out in the sunset, you see what I'm saying, as a hero of the Democratic Party. How does that serve the people? How does that? You don't get a shot at the best candidate you can possibly get. You don't.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what we're talking about. If we're talking about the Democratic way of doing things, that's actually worse than what happened on January 6th. You robbed a whole half of this nation of their choice. And you know what the funny part about it is? Nobody batted an eyelash. Nobody even questioned it. They leveraged the media to put a little sugar on it and spoon-fed it to a whole bunch of people. Now, we already got diabetes as bad as it is now. We don't need.
Oh.
Did you freeze?
He froze?
Yeah, it froze a little bit.
I thought it was me.
So, Angry Man, I put something in the back chat for you. Because that was my whole thing. Yesterday, we had a live here on BMU Network, and my whole thing was that black men need to stand up and just move as black men. Forget about the women, forget about all of that. And if we, with enough numbers, if we play our cards right and we convince a lot of black men to just make sure the Democrats lose in every swing state, then we don't have to worry about none.
Oh yeah, then they'll take us seriously.
That's right. I think, yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
And then they'll stop playing with us because, look, I'm not a brutal. I'm a traditional man. I'm not a brutal man. Like, I don't try to pick on nobody for being different or whatever, because I don't know what is going on with people in the modern age. If we're being totally honest, as an intellectual, I can't tell if this is something that is genuinely occurring because people are born that way, or if it's because of the ideology that they're being spoon-fed from the moment they're children until they get older. Mm-hmm. Even if they're born that way, we even still have to have a discussion about, is it because of the chemicals in the food? Is it because there's so many conversations that can be had about it? So I'm not up here to condemn nobody for being different. But the one thing I'm never going to do, I'm never going to put someone else's cause above my own. That's not going to happen. And I see too many black men doing that. You know what I'm saying? They're putting everyone else's causes above their own. And this is the main reason why most of the black boys right now can't even read at the 8th grade level. Because every single time we have a discussion about something that needs to be done for black people, it always ends up being, if we start talking about what needs to be done for black boys, it's like, oh, that's not fair. We need to do this for black boys and black girls. And then once
black girl magic,
then we say, okay, cool, we'll do it for all the children. Some kind of way, when it comes time to do it, it ends up being done just for black girls.
Right.
Black boys always get left out of this. And let's be real about it. Other groups of people, they are perfectly fine with that status quo Because if we as black men are actually on our shit, that's just another group of black men that's just another group of men they got to compete with.
Right.
That's another group of men they got to share power with. So they're perfectly content sitting back watching us be emasculated by our women. And it's hilarious because now you even have men helping the women emasculate us. Black men literally helping the women emasculate us whenever they get a chance.
And why do you think they do that, BMB? Angry Man, why do you think they do that?
Because it serves the purpose. If you have a country,
what do they get out of it though? That's what I want to know.
But the black men,
yeah, the ones who help to try to emasculate,
they get Scooby snacks.
Yeah,
that's what they get. They get a pat on the head. You're a good man. You're a good man because see, you got
a real man.
You're a real man. Like you got to realize we have an epidemic of boys that are raised only by their mothers, mothers that they never were able to satisfy because a lot of those women in those situations, and I hate to have to bring this up, but a lot of those women in those situations, they have animosity towards the father that left. So that animosity sometimes gets pushed off on that son.
Especially if he looks like their father.
Especially if he looks like him, right?
Ooh.
So here you have a boy growing up that never got the validation of his mother. So now he's out here trying to get validation from women because he got mommy issues. You feel what I'm saying? It's like the girl that had the daddy that never hugged her and stuff, and she's out here trying to create relationships with men through sexual gratification. You feel me? It's the same shit. So you have dudes that desperately want to, especially if they're guys that are socially awkward. If they're guys that are socially awkward that have difficulty with women, it's like the next level of the friend zone. Let me advocate and be a simp for these women because that's the only way I can get into proximity to them. That's the only way I can get their attention and be around them. You feel me?
Yep. Unbelievable.
Lost, I was gonna
go ahead, boss man.
Oh, sorry. Lost,
I
was gonna touch on something.
Pause.
On the sorry, what did I say?
No, just go, man. Just go.
Go ahead.
I was going to touch on something that was mentioned a moment ago about the Dems, I guess, scheme, if you will, or the coup d'état. And what I think is insidious about the entire thing, and yes, I'm saying this, I'm going to repeat this as a registered Democrat. People want to say that this entire thing that they did was illegal, and I'm going to cringe when I say this. It is absolutely legal what they did, and it's shyster. It's insidious what they did. Here's why it is. When we all voted, so when I voted in the primary, looking on the actual card itself, it had Biden's name on the top of it,
right,
and it had other names on it, right? Some names I ain't never heard of before, by the way. I didn't see anybody's name. We didn't see any debates. We didn't see nothing. All we saw was Biden's name, and then we saw other names. Now, what people don't understand, and Angry Man, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, or anyone else who knows, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, because I am able to be learned. When you vote in the primaries, you are not actually voting for the person. Let me repeat myself. You are not actually voting for the person. Even in the general election, you are not actually voting for the person. What you are voting for are either the delegates or your electors.
Correct.
Those are who you're voting for. So at the DNC or the RNC, whenever they're saying Pennsylvania, don't correct me on the actual number. I think they have 47 votes, I do believe, delegates, I believe. We're going to have all of our votes go to Kamala, or those numbers that they're listing off. Those numbers are who you actually, those delegates, those are the delegates. Those numbers are who you're actually voting for whenever you're voting in the primaries. You're not actually voting for the person. So why do I mention that? It's because the question is, how were they able to actually get Kamala into the position that she's actually in? And if you notice, she went to and she appealed to the delegates. She didn't appeal to us, the registered Democrats. She appealed to the delegates. Why? Because she didn't have to come to us anymore. We already voted for the delegates. And the way that it's written is, as soon as you vote for the delegates can vote for whoever the fuck they want to vote for. Just like the electors can vote fatherless. Whenever you vote for the electors, they essentially can vote for whoever they want to. That's why I don't mean to throw in the Trump thing, but when Trump was trying to essentially, whenever he was putting in the alternate electors around the January 6th timeframe, that's why the alternate elector process was so powerful, was because either you can have alternate electors or you can have electors vote fatherless, because they're able to vote for whoever the fuck they want to. Even though you voted for them, they still have the ability to vote for whoever they officially want to.
But here's
So
what
the point that I am making in all of that is that, technically speaking, they didn't have to appeal to us. So I think I mentioned this in another show, either this show or Take Heat show the other day. That's your electoral process, your electoral system at work, folks.
But no,
After they appeal to us, they don't have to come back to us anymore.
No, you're right in theory. There's only one problem with the theory, right? The problem with the theory is the electors already voted. They voted for Joe Biden.
The delegates.
The delegates. I mean, the delegates already voted for Joe Biden.
Yeah. Okay.
Which
Correct.
means
Go ahead.
they voted for the Biden-Harris ticket. In other words, Biden at the top, Harris at the bottom. So if Biden decided to step down, right? Which him even stepping down at this point is iffy, right? That's number one. Number two, they need to do the process again for the Harris Walls ticket. So what everybody's arguing about is that
You're saying it reset it.
They exactly. The moment he stepped down, they decided to bypass the traditional process, right? Now, when you were talking about the thing with Donald Trump, the very thing that they just did, that little maneuver that they just did, when Donald Trump was angling to do that maneuver with the electorates, right? You know what they accused him of?
Well, I think, go ahead.
They accused him of trying to stage a coup.
Oh, yes.
So if he was if he was accused of trying to stage a coup for doing that or trying to use that gray area, that loophole, then that means that's exactly what they did. The only difference is they're being allowed to do it, and he's not allowed to do it the same way. They're ignoring the fact that Bill Clinton was allowed to have classified documents. Joe Biden was allowed to have Joe Biden was allowed to have classified documents. But now all of a sudden, Trump can't have classified documents. This is the entire problem with this. You feel me? And really, to be truthfully honest, you know, there's really nothing you can do about it at the moment. And the American public at this point is too they're too politically illiterate to say, okay, you know what? We're gonna lobby Congress. We're gonna start advocacy groups. We're gonna do whatever we got to do to make them fix this so that this goofiness doesn't happen again. We're gonna close that loophole. Because I'm gonna tell you something right now. Had this been the 80s, that shit wouldn't have flew.
Yeah,
That shit
there's only one representative. Jamie Raskin is the only one in out of 400 and some odd people in Congress. He's the only one that is actually speaking against the Electoral College process. And as far as I know, we're the only nation in this entire world that actually has an Electoral College process.
Well,
because it's absolutely stupid.
Well, no, the Electoral College process, it has its benefits, right? It's not perfect because nothing is perfect, right? It has its benefits. I understand why they do it that way. The problem isn't the electoral process, the Electoral College process. The problem is the way we vote. The way we vote needs to be updated. That's the problem. The problem is the way we vote. So if you have a certain amount of votes for the state of Pennsylvania that is in favor of Donald Trump or Kamala Harris or whatever, okay, they get those electoral votes, right?
All or nothing, right? Or
Yeah.
you're saying
No,
okay.
Now,
no,
some states you can split them.
I'm saying the way it works. I'm saying the way it works. I understand why they have it that way. There's a, you know, not to go into it here, but there's a purpose for it. It's not just, it's not goofy. Like people will look at that process and they'll say, oh, well, that means the people aren't really voting for the president. Like they are.
Let me interject. Let me interject real quick, guys. The reason why they have the electoral process like that is because you can't use a state like California and use Wyoming. Wyoming is only 750 people, 750,000 people. California is over 60 million people.
Exactly.
So they don't want California to be the only state that elects a president.
Yeah.
And Wyoming never gets to elect. It's just to create a balance. Is it the best? It's not. I don't like it.
Yeah.
But that's what they have.
So if you have a flyover state, right? If you got a flyover state that does not have a large population, that means that their votes will never matter. Ever. You feel what I'm saying? And to be truthfully honest, when it comes to the electoral process, the only thing that I would say needs to be fixed about the electoral process is the fact that we got to figure out a way to balance out these battleground states.
Okay.
Because it's getting to the point where there's only a couple of states you got to win the damn election.
Exactly.
To be
You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And that's problematic. But the process isn't, it isn't a messed up process, because just like Akine just said, when you have a state like California and you're just counting votes, you feel what I'm saying? Because you go back and look at the 2016 election. If we were doing it based just on votes, Hillary would have been our president.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you get why they say it, because when you look at it like that, it can go in either direction. Because if you notice, whenever you look at the electoral map, a lot of them states be red than a motherfucker.
That's right.
It ain't but a couple of them that be blue. And the only thing that helps out the Democrats is the ones that end up being blue usually be the biggest states, like California by itself. You feel what I'm saying? It wouldn't even be fair if it wasn't for Texas being as big as it is. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like, it's just like with our Constitution and capitalism. And I've made this argument so many times, right? There's a lot of issues with capitalism. There's a lot of issues with the Electoral College. There's a lot of issues with the Constitution. But it's the best thing worldwide.
Right.
It is the best thing that we got across the entire globe. There's no other system that has come as close to being a good system as this system. But it's always going to be flawed because it involves institutions that involve human beings. So it's always going to be flawed. There's always going to be issues with it.
That's why they say a more perfect union. It's
Yeah.
not perfect.
Well, gentlemen, hey, listen, I got to split. Hey, man, you're a brave soul there, man. Just good to have you up here for the for the I guess the other side of the story. Hopefully you learn a little bit, but that's cool. Take it easy, Eggman. If you get a chance to look at my
yeah, I'll check it
video.
out.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I was gonna say I even used one of your tapes in there. All right, man. Later on, let everybody, boss man,
Appreciate
only
it,
guys.
everything.
Good night.
Hey
Boss
man,
man.
just I tried to offer a balanced approach to what it is you were saying.
Mhm.
I have a more objective opinion on just about everything. I don't. I typically don't take the approach of things having of society having too much of control of things,
Mhm.
because to say that we should rein back control in a way that we drag it back to old traditionalism in a way that it ignores where we are today. Like, I'm just going to use an example. Women should be back in the kitchen. Women should be back, not working anymore. Women should be back in that mindset. That's not how the world works right now. That's not how the world is, realistically speaking. So to say we're going to force people to, because you have to think things through all the way through. If we're going to say let's talk about the abortion matter. And I challenged our pain on this a few shows back. And I said, okay, let's say if you were to have your way. And your way is that no more abortions at all. Clear cut, cool, no more abortions. What does that mean? That means for every conception, irrespective to how the conception happened, every woman is going to have a baby that is conceived. She is then forced to have a baby, irrespective to how she conceives. Whether that is your daughter, whether that is your niece, whether that is your wife, it does not matter. If something unfortunate happens to her, irrespective to the situation, it just means that every woman is now forced to have a baby. Now, the argument was there are 33 options, 33, 34, 35. Let's just say there's about 38 options that a woman could probably take to avoid pregnancy. And they'd be absolutely right. And I agree wholeheartedly that it would be unwise for a woman to avoid 33 to 38 options that she has to her disposal to avoid pregnancies. I will hand that over to a slate. I agree with that. But let's just say they have avoided all those. That means that every woman is forced to. We are going to live in a world where that option is not there. And the only reason why I focus on that objectively is, and you and I talked about this backstage once before, but why is this country so hard pressed to tackle this issue? It is because of 1 USC subsection 8. 1 United States Code subsection 8 is how it defines what a person is. So I'm going to ask, has anyone read the definition of our statute as to what a person is?
Mm-hmm.
That is the reason why it is even legal, because of what our country, what our statute has determined what a person is since 2002 anyway, But even back before, in 1965, of what an entity is and why an entity, why legal statutes or legislation or legal ramifications or legal statutes cannot be attached to a naturalized entity is because a naturalized entity is not recognized until it can be sued or sue or have legal foundation, and why it recognizes that. So our laws determine when there's legal attachment to a naturalized entity, whether we like it or not, relative to when a Homo sapien sapien becomes a corporeal, corporate individual within this corporation that is America.
Yeah, but the problem with that is the vast majority of people are not that savvy to go get a copy of Black's Law Dictionary and read up on what people are classified as, what they should be classified as. I mean, just think about it like this. You have Black people here in America. If you call the Black person colored, you'd actually have a problem with it when the actual designation of colored is actually better than the designation of Black, right? But here's the thing. The problem with this whole argument surrounding pro-choice, pro-life is I don't have a problem with it outside of the fact that Black people only represent 14% of the population. We make up 47% of the abortions. So this is problematic for us because this hurts us as a voting bloc. This hurts us as far as our influence in America. If we're only 14, and we've been 14% of the population ever since Roe v. Wade.
Yes.
Okay, so the only reason I have a problem with this is because we're being targeted by that particular ideology more than any other group. And if you go look up the definition of a genocide, we have literally engaged in our own genocide since the 70s. It accounts for millions. In fact, the amount of lives taken through Planned Parenthood actually surpasses the amount of lives that were taken during slavery.
I can agree with that.
So, because slavery is what, 5 million, 6 million, something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
And then when you look at Roe v. Wade, you look at the Black community, what is that, 20 million?
Yeah, about 21, 22.
20-some million, right?
Yeah.
So my issue is why? The question has to be presented. Why are we the biggest block when it comes to engaging in that? And my argument would be that our women are treating this as a form of contraceptive. And I never liked the argument of the exceptions, because I don't think anybody's going to argue the exceptions. I don't think anybody's going to argue against, a mother that has a miscarriage or a mother that, that there's something wrong with the child and she doesn't want to go through with or she doesn't want to bring the baby to term, or if she's sexually assaulted. I don't think anybody has a problem with that. But the issue is every time politicians start talking about this, those that are pro-choice, they always want to use the exceptions for the argument.
I agree.
And that right there is nerve-wracking. It's annoying. And I get what you're saying about the definition of a person. I have an issue with that definition too, because that definition is so problematic. It's ridiculous. And most people don't even know why it's so problematic. You feel what I'm saying?
I understand exactly why it's problematic.
I know.
So it's like I hate that I hate that they continuously use this as this is always being used as a platform. And to be truthfully honest, it's very manipulative, because what they're doing is, this is something that is always going to get an emotional response out of women. You feel me? So this puts us as black men in a very precarious position, because the Democrats can always use that talking point, and they can use it to garner more support from black women. And I don't know if you guys know, but black women outnumber us by about 3 million or something like that, 3 or 4 million, right?
4 to 1. Yes.
Yeah, they outnumber us. So that means that when it comes to the black vote, our women are deciding. You feel me? If our women decided to go in one direction and we decide to go in another direction, the black vote, and this is the reason why they pander so hard to our women instead of us. You feel what I'm saying? So I mean, it's so many. It's annoying because it's so many. It's like a multi-headed hydra. It's so many issues going on with that whole situation, that it's not as simple as just, oh, you don't want women to have the right to do XYZ. It's never that simple. You know what I'm saying? You got so many things. You got the whole genocide thing with Margaret Sanger. You got the what you just brought up, the definition. You got it's ridiculous, and I hate it because to me it's intellectually dishonest whenever I hear the Democrat politicians trying to make it simplistic when they know it's not. When they know it's not. But as far as what you were saying, on the other side of it, like I agree with you. We're never gonna go back to, oh, women just need to stay in the house and, you know, be in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant. You know what I'm saying? We're never going back to that. You feel me? The only way we're going back to that is, you know, if meteor hits this joint.
Asteroid.
Yeah, something hits this joint. And I ain't even gonna lie, the way shit been lately, I'm like, man, bring it on. Bring on the meteor, bring on the super intelligent apes, bring on the Terminators, whatever it's gonna be. Let's just get it over with and be done with it. But I think that there's a happy medium that we can find with that.
Thank you.
Like if a woman wants to be home barefoot and pregnant, and her husband wants her to do that, then that's the way that household should be ran. If a household wants to have both the mother and father, both are corporate executives, then that's the way. I think we got to get to the point where we understand that everybody's individual house, just like with the whole abortion issue, I think it's a great idea to put it back in the hands of the state. Me personally, that's just me. I think they should put it right back in the hands of the states, because let's be serious. When people start talking about some, oh my God, I live in Virginia and it's not legal here, but it's legal in North Carolina. Come on, you really think that these women get on a plane and go to freaking Jamaica to get their butt rubbed and stuff? And yeah, they go to South America to get a BBL. You mean to tell me you can't cross a state line to go? Like, come on, man.
Well, here's the problem, man. Everybody wants to buck the system when they can't benefit from it. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. There was a certain time where you had to be married to have a kid, but not everybody wants to willy-nilly have a kid, and they don't want to have none of the responsibility. See, that's why I have a problem. Listen, freedom ain't free. Freedom ain't free. You're not free from the consequences because you did what you did. And I think that is the problem. Everybody wants to escape accountability, and they want to make everybody else pay for it. You know, think about it. You want health care, go get a job like everybody else, you know, and work. Yes, there will be exceptions to the rule where people they on disability or whatever. Those people get taken care of because that's what we do as a people. But my whole thing is this: if you're able-bodied, you should work. And the killing part about it is I don't think the women have adjusted to it. Think about it. They actually are passing around a bill right now to draft women in certain states automatically. They may have a few states where they get the option to opt in or not. But my thing is this: if you want everything equal, like you say you do,
you should get drafted.
Here's a rifle. Ain't that what your boy said on Full Metal Jacket? This is my rifle. This is my gun. This is for
There are
fighting.
many
This
like
is for
it, but
fun.
this one's mine.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? My whole thing is this, I don't think the women have adjusted, to this newfound freedom and responsibility. And they want to have their cake and eat it too. That's the main reason why we have people around here talking about, my body, my choice, or whatever. It should be my body, my responsibility.
Yeah.
That's what it should be.
Yeah.
If we're being honest about it,
Yeah, they want to cherry pick.
Right.
And my personal beliefs on it, I think people should do whatever they want, if they single, as long as it doesn't infringe upon somebody else's rights. I think couples, I don't think that every relationship is cookie cutter. I think people decide what they want their relationship to be. But if we're being totally honest, I think women bit off more than they could chew. I don't think they realized, they sit back and they look at the way men operate and move, and some of them get a little bit of penis envy. But I don't think they realize how hard a man's life is. So, when they jump out here, like when you see them coming up with bills to draft women, the moment they said that, I've seen a bunch of women jumping on TikTok talking about I'm a homemaker now.
Yep.
And it's like, wow,
yes.
really?
Wow.
So, because that day is gonna come, especially if Mantis, you a Harris supporter, ain't you?
I'm a registered independent, but I'll be voting for her.
Okay, so here's my thing about that, right? If she gets in there, you better trust and believe the day is gonna come when we gonna have to bear arms. If she gets in there, all of the things that she promotes, the things that y'all are fighting for, will be at risk. In fact, all of that intersectionalism, all of that is going to be at risk more if she's in office than if Trump's in office. And the reason why is because the moment that you have a woman president, you now have a commander in chief that the other superpowers are not going to respect. Russia is not going to respect her. India is not going to respect her. North Korea is not going to respect her. China is not going to respect her. And God forbid if any one of those superpowers should actually topple America, or if they gang up together and topple America, all of that stuff that y'all talking about, they're going to snuff it out. Even if they have to do it by force. Because trust me, those that don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And I'm telling you right now, we don't want to see we don't want to see concentration camps. We don't want to see gas chambers. We don't want to see none of that.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
You know what I find funny?
Go ahead, man.
No, what I find funny, man. Mantis, you said you about what, 31? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know that you in that range that can get drafted, right? Yeah. When they knock on the door and they send you the letter and tell you to report to camp, whatever it is closest to your home, they coming for you, buddy. Able-bodied,
Hell.
And if you vote, for this
they can vet
president,
me.
exactly. If you vote for this president, it's gonna be real. I'm telling you, you're gonna have this moment of clarity that's gonna rush down your spine that you voted for your own demise.
Because you know what's happening right now, right? Most people don't realize this. China has what is called 100 years of shame. Y'all ever heard of that?
Yes.
So China has an axe to grind. They feel slighted. Because if you remember, if you go back, there was a time where Japan invaded China and was on some bullshit, right?
Right.
So what you're witnessing right now, and then on top of that, don't forget about what we did to the Soviet Union. Right, we broke that shit up.
Right.
Right. And then you have the emergence of Putin, who is the equivalent of Russian royalty. You know, that old guard of oligarchs. You feel what I'm saying? What do you think he's doing right now? He's trying to regain the former might of the Soviet Union. We're talking about the sickle with the freaking hammer that comes across that bitch. You feel what I'm saying? So, I mean, if you know anything about the Cold War, like that shit is real. Like, and you have countries out here like China, countries like Russia that definitely ain't forgot.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
And they sitting back looking like, okay, because I guarantee you they're watching this election very closely.
Yeah, when I was in the
already
Corps,
set the money up. You know what I'm saying?
When I was in the Corps, they were be mindful. Yeah, when I was in the Corps, we were prepping for things to potentially pop off with Russia.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'll divulge. Yeah.
And you know what else should scare the hell out of you? This above everything. Using the Marine Corps?
Yes.
Oh shit, that's what's up. Look, check this out. I never served. I should have. Everybody in my family served. It's one of my biggest regrets or whatever, right? But here's the thing. This is what should scare the hell out of everybody. China, Russia, and India, they sold us goose step. I have never seen a military from any country that was not pure evil that didn't goose step. Anytime I see a military goose stepping, I'll be like, oh,
it just clicked on me. It just clicked what you just said. Okay. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? There's only a few militaries that goose step. You feel me?
India. Have you watched their parade lately?
Bro.
Yeah, I've seen them do it. Russia does it.
Yeah, they do.
North Korea does it.
Sorry.
Yeah, North Korea. Yeah.
Like that, bro. Like, no, that is problematic. Look, if I was a world leader, the moment I see that your soldiers goose step, I'd be like, I need to watch them. You feel what I'm saying? Because y'all remember the other military that goose stepped back in the day. I'm just saying.
The ones that had the different colored, uniform with the red and the black and the white. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's another thing, too. I just had to bring this up. You know what's really goofy about that particular military? I'm not going to say the names or whatever, right?
Because
yeah, I ain't going to bring them up like that, but they had some awesome uniforms. Did you ever notice that?
Mm-hmm. They were clean.
Like their uniform. I'm talking about like the ones like the trench coat that with the helmet, like dude, like that shit was scary, bro.
So funny thing is the Marine Corps used to have trench coats.
They did?
Yeah. We obviously a while ago, when we were more attached to the Navy. Well, obviously we're still part of the Navy. But we used to have really long trench coats, and we've since got rid of those for the gold buttons and short coats. We used to have them.
I saw TikTok.
The Marines, I forgot what y'all call that particular uniform, the more formal one.
Dress blues.
Those are clean. I ain't gonna front.
That was one of the reasons why I joined, man. I was like, look, man, them joints, I can still fit mine. I was like, man, these things are clean.
That's what's
know what I saw on TikTok, man? I think of the other day, and they were asking, black women, can you see the play in real time? I mean, y'all can always see how folks do you dirty after the fact, but can you see the play when it's in your face, real time? I'm gonna ask you, Mantis, can you see the play in your face, real time? before you get played. I think that's the problem, man. Go ahead.
I mean, I personally don't see a play. Tell me what's the play.
See, that's what I'm talking about, man.
Oh, like,
Yo, wait. Let me ask him a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this question, Mantis.
Yeah.
Do you own a firearm?
No.
Yo, I'm a Dem, and I
Hold on.
definitely
Wait.
own.
Are you married? Are you married?
No.
Do you have any children?
No.
Okay.
Have you ever fired a firearm?
Yes.
Okay. You're starting to lose me, Mantis. Like I'm.
So look, Anger Man, look, I'll state my position on a couple things. So look, I own firearms, and I am of the position, okay,
Hoorah.
that's right, Semper Fi. So I believe in that. I do not believe in the mindset of taking things away from people. I've tampered with the idea of having, curtailing what people can have a little bit, but I'm starting to lean away from that. And here's why. And it's mainly because it's mainly with the same mindset of I can't have it one way here and a different way the other way. Okay.
Yeah.
I can't on one side of the coin say that a woman can have the ability to have freedom to do what she wants. Okay. She could do what she wants and enjoy the consequences of her actions, whether that be spiritually, mentally, or physically, and financially, because she gonna damn well pay for it. Okay. Financially, the government shouldn't be paying for it unless it's an issue of a crime. Okay. That's my only issue there. But I can't then say, but no, you damn well can't have an AK-47 or M16, right? Isn't that kind of not leveling the playing field, right? So my thought process there on the other end is that, I'm for a background check because I had to endure a background check. Obviously it passed, but cool, no problem. I don't see an issue with a background check. I don't see a problem there. Now, as far as other issues like did you say El Gibbet? I'm going to start using that, even though they add letters and numbers and other signs now. I think it's 2IA plus now. I believe
it's whatever it is. They got the whole alphabet now, man.
It's for two-spirited people now. They've added it's two-spirited people.
Right.
I have a theory behind that, but I won't go there. But I do believe that I don't think that teaching those things in schools belong in schools. Do I think that it should be something where people should be aware of its existence? Sure, but leave that to a counselor.
Yeah.
Leave that to a counselor. Leave that to someone who's there just to say, hey, people. Okay, and the only reason why I know about this and say this is because I went to a school in Missouri that. All right. So when I arrived in Missouri, I arrived there 20 years since the last lynching was when I arrived there at that city, and I was oftentimes the only Black person in that school or in that grade. Okay, so there was a lot of segregation of male and female, a lot of that happening. But then there was also a lot of issues where all the white kids was doing crap to Black kids and all that good stuff, right? So when they had like sessions, counseling sessions, like whatever, they would pull us out and they would purposely separate Black kids and white kids. And they would say, to the white kids, okay, y'all need not to do this to the Black kids. Okay. And here's why. And then afterwards, they would then mix us on purpose as an exercise. Okay. They would purposely do things like that. Or they would say, hey, we're going to have a sex education type class, and we're going to split the boys and split the girls. And then they have a mixed education class and say, here's all the diseases and blah, blah, blah. Here's how a baby's born and yada, yada. So I'm used to those type of crap. Okay, not crap. I mean, when I say crap, I'm militant. So when I say crap is a good thing to me. Okay,
Yeah.
I mean as an endearment. So I'm used to those type of things. But as a math teacher or a core principal type class teacher, why are we saying pronouns in schools? Why? You know what would solve these problems? I don't know which class, oh, I'm sorry, which state did this, but I'm for it. It's a red state that's doing this. Look at me, a Democrat, saying I like a red state's policies. And it says all the schools are only referring to students as the gender that's assigned, right? I hate that word. But the gender that is listed on their birth certificate when they register for school.
Mm-hmm.
So that they're not going by anything else but what's on that damn birth certificate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That solves all of this crap. Therefore, we don't have to worry about you coming in and saying you're something else that you are or are not. We don't have to involve the parents, because I'm gonna go back, Lit, if you don't mind, just for 1 second. I pulled up something. In Sacramento, Gavin Newsom signed a bill on Monday, whatever date, that prohibits mandating that teachers notify families about student gender identity changes, capping a year-long battle between conservative school boards concerned about parental rights of LGBT, I like that, activists worried about vulnerable youths. Reading on, it seems like they're more concerned about teachers being protected more so than the students. Mantis, not saying that the students weren't being protected as well, to your concern, but the article reads on to suggest that the teachers were also receiving issues with the parents, and it's designed to protect both the teachers and the students. And it's like, well, teachers, you wouldn't have, to my point earlier, and I'll hush, you wouldn't have to be worried about receiving any of this backlash anyway if you'd mind your damn business anyway. Over.
Well, boss man, here's my thing, man. I find it hard that we spend so much time talking about genders and this, that, and the other when we got kids who can't read. We got kids who can't do math. I think that is probably far more important than anything else. If anything, they should be teaching them government. You know what I'm saying? And what's really going and teaching them history. That's what they really should be teaching them, in chemistry and biology, and let them answer for themselves, you know, and quit trying to indoctrinate them with somebody else's ideology. Teach kids to think for themselves. That's the issue that I have. The school system, it does not set up for people to think freely. That's the issue.
But here's the thing, though. Isn't it a bit hypocritical that they want to implement all of this in schools, but they didn't want religion in school?
Exactly.
Because religion is an ideology.
You said what?
Religion is an ideology.
Religion isn't a what?
No, religion is an ideology, is what I said.
Okay, but the point that I'm trying to make is that the reason they took religion out of the schools is because they could not determine that everybody that came to that school was a Christian. So the whole reason for taking it out of the school is they understood that everybody didn't subscribe to Christianity. So the same way everybody doesn't subscribe to Christianity, everybody doesn't subscribe to intersectionalism. Therefore, it shouldn't be in the school the same way religion shouldn't be in the school.
No, so that would be a false equivalence.
No, it's not. It's the exact same thing. What they're pushing, intersectionality, is an ideology. Best believe that.
An ideology.
It is an ideology. Best believe that.
So you cannot choose to be transgender, nor can you be influenced to.
You can.
Okay, there was literally an experiment. Okay, and I will name you the scientist who performed it, and he's very infamous. His name was John Money. He literally took a person who was born male and who had a botched circumcision, and then the experiment was have the parents tell them that they're a girl and just be raised as a girl. And so he thought, oh, if you're just say that you're a girl, then you'll automatically be a girl and act that way. It turns out, no. He he identified as male. He got really depressed that he, was treated as a girl for X amount of years, and he ended up unfortunately taking his own life because of the experiment. Now that's
actually an argument against what you're saying.
No, because there are actually children who they themselves, so it's not the parents who decide what the child's gender is. The child themselves says that, and then they tell their parents, and then those parents tell the child psychologist, and then that child psychologist examines that child, and they have to prove that. So this is why it's not make believe.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, bro. So what you're telling me is a person that is a fully grown adult does not have the ability to decide no longer to be straight and decide to be transgender. That's what you're telling me?
I mean, orientation and gender identity are two different things. But
Anger man.
If you're straight, if you're a man and you're born, you're like I like women, and there's nothing else that will convince you otherwise. I mean, there's literally people that's like, you're never gonna convince me to like the same sex.
What the problem
that is literally the majority of people that are born, but it's not always that way.
Can I ask a quantifying question?
You know what the problem with this is? The problem is you're constructing an entire identity around sexuality.
It's about attraction. Who you got sex with isn't important. Because you can be sex, and if you're a virgin, you're still straight.
You know what? Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
What if we had kids at school that says, I don't want to go to kids with school who don't like applesauce because I like fish sticks? Are we going to get that intersectionalized ideology? We're going to get down to stuff like that. I don't want to be around kids who eat fried food.
No, that's because that's a choice, but gender identity isn't a choice.
It's the same thing, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're asking the school board to leverage something that's in your mind.
I mean,
there are literally
biological reality.
Bro,
you're leveraging
there are
something
kids, there are children right now that identify as animals.
You can't identify with something that doesn't exist outside the human quality.
Say what?
You cannot identify with something that exists outside the human quality.
Is that your opinion or is it a fact?
But you can't say that. You can't say that. So here's the thing, right? So what if I feel like I was born in a human body, but I really was supposed to be in a lion's body?
Well, animals aren't genders.
The animals aren't what?
Did you hear what he just said, y'all?
Animals are not genders.
So
well, you're right. Animals aren't.
Who told animals are not genders?
Have genders.
Yeah, they do have two genders.
So, sorry, animals don't have genders. Gender is just a mainly human thing. This is what
What the hell are you talking about? God created two genders in everything that God created.
Gender.
And it's okay. Excuse me. What's your degree?
I have an associate's in college.
You have an associate and you argue with people with college degrees that graduated?
No.
With masters and PhDs?
No, everything that I...
No, stop. No, you stop, okay? You know why I say stop? This is why I say stop. You can't be making up stuff, man. You can't be reading and then arguing with people that have done research on them, that have done wide research. Let me say this, right? Everything that breaks, take away Bible out of it. I don't go to church. I'm not a Christian. You see? So that way, I'm not arguing from Christianity point of view. Anything that is mama on earth, right, has two genders assigned to them by God. Every creator has.
The problem with his argument, right? And I just saw this same type of thing occur on Pierce Morgan, right? where there was a guy up there, and Piers Morgan said, "Okay, so can I identify as a black man?" And he said, "No, you can't because you're a white man." And the sheer ridiculousness of this is to, in one breath, make the argument that a mistake happened to where you were born as a biological male, but you feel like inside you're a woman. By that argument, someone can also say they were born biologically a woman, but inside they feel like they should be a tiger.
No.
It's the same. Well, see, here's the problem with what you're saying. There's a group of people right now that have children that identify as cats. And if you treat the child like anything other than a house cat, they'll get offended.
Who are these people?
Let me help you out. There's a song by the Parliament Funkadelics, and it kind of goes like this: why must I be like that? Why must I chase the cat? Nothing but the dog in me.
I love that song.
Exactly. So how come a man can't identify as a dog?
Because
how come a girl can't identify as a cat?
That exists in the human qualia. Animals
because what you're doing is you're making up the fucking rules as you go along. And whenever somebody else decides to make up a rule that you don't agree with, now all of a sudden they don't know what they're talking about. It is a ridiculous way of trying to present an argument. You can't say in one breath, you cannot say in one breath that a person has the right to identify as what they want and then turn around in the same breath and say somebody else can't identify as what they want.
No, because the word identity doesn't work in this context. So when I speak about gender identity, I'm referring to how it's structured in all of human brains, where that it's a correlation with sex or against, instead of just identifying as any other thing.
Do you know the etymology of the word identity?
I do, but it's the same as like we see theory in science and then another theory.
What is the etymology of the word identity, brother?
I mean, the etymology it's not important. I'm just.
It is important. You use the word, it is important. When you use a word, it's important. You literally just used the word. You literally said gender identity. Those words matter. If they didn't matter, people would not get offended by being misgendered. The word matters. What's the etymology of it?
I mean, identity is a subconscious perception of oneself.
A subconscious perception of oneself. So if I have a subconscious perception that I am a dragon, and if you say you're not a dragon, you're misidentifying me based upon that logic.
I mean, you can say that you're a dragon, but it doesn't. I mean, as far as what we know about.
Make it so. Say it again. Hold on. Say it again. Say what you just said again.
I mean, dragons are mythological creatures. Just saying that.
As far as you know, you don't know if they're mythological. They could be an extinct species. You have absolutely no idea.
I mean, sure, but I mean, with the empirical evidence that we have, I mean, I can safely say that based on the description of dragon that we have, they don't exist in our universe. I mean, could they?
How? Explain to me how it's impossible. Impossible for a dragon to exist.
No, I'm saying that it wouldn't be impossible for it to exist, but in our current reality, those matching the description, dragon, how we know it to be dragon, there's not enough evidence to say that these creatures exist.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. If we don't have, listen, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that dinosaurs ever existed?
Yes.
Okay. Because we have bones, right?
Fossil records, yes.
Right. How do we know that those are not dragons?
I mean,
he doesn't.
you can call them dragons, but I mean, like I said, with our word of dragon, you can make, well, that's the thing about words. They're descriptive, not prescriptive. I mean, you can make the word dragon fit to that of a dinosaur bone, but then you have to call dinosaur something totally
Let
different.
me say this real quick. Let me interject, guys. Do you see that in all of humanity, right? There is or there are about a couple of countries. I would say China, North and South Korea, and Japan that practice in fact, Africa itself that practice the masquerade of dragon, right? But only the West that comes out with the thesis of dinosaur. And if you look into history, these other people have existed far before the West came into existence. Have you ever asked yourself if dinosaur ever existed and it wasn't dragon? Because if masquerades are portrayed by the old culture, by the people that have been on this planet Earth far before other people else, people that have been on this planet Earth much longer, they are demonstrating these animals in the sphere of in personification of masquerade. Doesn't that tell you that the West is making up dinosaur and not going with the fact that there was a dragon instead? Have you ever thought about that?
Yes, I have. I
Boss man, let me ask you a question. Could you read before the class the definition of the word identity for us, please?
Yeah, the distinguishing character or personality of an individuality, the relation established by psychological identification.
Stop. What does that say? The last two words.
Psychological identification.
Psychological identification. Psychological means what? Of the what?
Of the mind.
Of the mind. Okay. So that means people can identify just by thinking it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, usually consciously.
Continue.
Okay. Condition of being the same with something described or asserted.
The condition of being the same, right? With something described as or asserted, right? Continue.
Yes. They usually comes from the etymology of idiom. Comes from identitas from Latin. Okay.
Third definition.
Third definition. Sameness or essential or generic character in different instances.
Okay.
Sameness in all that constitutes the objective reality of the thing. Oneness.
Okay.
Back to that sameness. For an equation that is satisfied for all values of the symbols. Identity element.
All right. 4, it says an equation that satisfies for all values of the symbols. In other words, if the math ain't mathing, it doesn't balance the equation. So let me ask you a question. Mantis, can a woman have a child?
A woman can have a child.
Yes or no question.
Yes, a woman can have a child.
All right. Now, can a man have a child?
Here we go.
Men and female are two different things, so it's possible.
That's a yes or no question.
Okay. Yes, I can.
Can a man labor and have a child?
Yes.
How?
If they were born with a uterus,
Does a man have ovaries?
If a man is born with ovaries.
Does a man have fallopian tubes?
If a man is born with fallopian tubes.
Does a man? I'm just asking. Does a man have a vagina?
Some men do.
You can say that again. But normally, the average man, let's say the average. We're not doing the exceptions. Can the average man give birth to a human being?
Average man.
Matter of fact, can you get pregnant?
No, because I don't have the equipment for it.
You don't have the what?
I don't have the equipment for it.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that it would be illegal to identify as something that you cannot perform as?
No.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Can you impersonate a police officer?
No. I'm pretty sure that's against the law.
Okay. Why would you impersonate a woman? Why would you impersonate a woman?
Why would I want to impersonate a woman?
I'm just saying.
I mean, why do you think people are impersonating us?
People, think about it. If you cannot produce a child, then you dress up as a woman, you are impersonating a woman.
But there are women who can't produce a child.
Yeah, but they were born with equipment, right?
Some of them weren't born without
But how often does that happen? You know, that's not the majority. We're talking about the average person. If you put a man and a woman together and they bump into each other a few times, the baby gonna fall out, right?
It is amazing to me. It is amazing to me how
it
is amazing to me how insulting this is to women.
Right.
From a group of people who claim they care about women so much. It's insulting. It's really insulting. So here's I got a better question for you, Mantis.
Sure.
If I took if two children, I took two children, a boy and a girl, and I put them on an island that's a controlled environment. There's nothing dangerous on there for them to hurt themselves. There's food there, all of that. And they can grow up on that island under my observation, right? One is a girl, one is a boy. Regardless of what they identify as, who's going to be able to bear a child from their womb?
The one who has the vagina and uterus.
Listen, a few minutes ago, you were regular chatty patty, and now you mumbling. I want you to speak up like you were speaking up before, man, when you talking about Trump. I want to be able to hear you enunciate.
All right.
Come on, man. Work with us now.
Yeah.
No, because they like to wordplay instead of getting down to the bare bone facts of it, right? So they like to play this game where it's like, oh, well, some men can have children. And then you ask them the simple question, was that man biologically born a man? And they're going to be like, no.
You can be biologically male, but male and man are two different things.
If you're biologically male, you're a male, nigga.
That's according to you, but not.
Oh, that's according to life. That's according to life, not your gender studies class, not your college. That's according to reality.
No, I mean again.
Yes. Yes. You want to know what the worst thing to ever happen to black people is? Their ability to go to college. Because prior to black people having a large number of college admission, this wasn't going on. Do you notice that? This was not going on. This was not a thing. This was not a thing.
Yeah, but I mean, just because like one can't, understand how a process works just because it would appeal to common sense.
No, I understand how the process works. Trust me.
It,
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Mantis. Do you have any children?
No.
He said no.
You don't have any children, right?
No.
Okay, I have three boys that are fully grown. I understand the process. I understand the process. Have you ever seen a woman give birth to a child?
Yes.
You have. Who did you see give birth to a child?
My brother's wife.
You was in the you were in the OR when she gave birth, when she pushed the baby out. You were standing there watching the baby come out.
Correct.
That's weird, but anyway. I'm not gonna say you wasn't.
I want to ask something, and I don't mean this to be precocious or disingenuous in any way. Okay. I struggle with something on the whole transgender and transsexual aspect, and I say this understanding the difference between the two. Okay. Let's look up the etymology of transsexual or transgender, and let's focus on the prefix trans. Okay. To trans means that you are transitioning from one thing to another. Correct?
No, trans is just an adjective that just means on the opposite side, where like the adjective for cis means on the same side. So trans.
They're creating new definitions for the words, bruh.
That's what the adjective means.
This is where the goofiness comes from. They're taking words that previously existed. They're taking words that previously existed that had definitions and giving them new definitions.
Okay. A transsexual is someone who actually completed the actual operation from going from one gender physiologically to another gender physiologically. Okay, so if I am a male, I am a man, and if I'm a transsexual, I then made the transition, had bottom surgery, and I transitioned my sexual organs as best as I possibly can to transition from male to female. That is a transsexual. A transgender for the class would be someone who did not have bottom surgery, but all outward appearances makes me out to be someone who is female, but I still carry my phallus. Okay. Now, in order to trans, because that's where transition comes from, it comes from the root prefix trans. I can have contention with the idea that transitioning is not without choice, because in order for you to trans from one thing to another, you have to physically understand and mentally and psychologically understand that you are understanding that you are one thing and you are wanting to transition from one thing to another, which means you have to identify that you are not one thing that you're wanting to transition to, or you're not one thing that you're wanting to appear as, which means you have to do performative things in order to appear as something that you are not at the current moment.
Correct.
So if we have concurrence, great. So to say that it's one, not a choice, or to say that you were born a transgender or transsexual, I have contention with just that statement, because the action of a transgender is someone who is taking performative actions to appear different than what they physically are, whatever that is, because you have to identify that you're not something that you want to appear as. And as a transsexual, you have to make the choice to take surgical medical steps performatively to make the action, pay for the surgery, to appear and to turn into something that you are outwardly not.
Correct.
So, okay, this way you either physiologically look like or physiologically appear in a countenance way that aligns with what you psychologically believe that you should be, that is antithetical and opposed to what you are aesthetically, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this means that you are not born this way. You may be born with the psychological mindset. We can have argument there, but I at least want to close this deference gap that a transgender, you're not born transgender. You conform to the ideology of reaching into the world of transgenderism, my word, okay, in order to liken yourself to what you are psychologically wanting to marry physiologically, right?
No. So what the misstep was is that the biochemical construct in the brain, in the hypothalamus, that is a subconscious feeling. You are right that one has to seek out care, like HRT, all of that. That is a choice to seek that out. But some people don't seek that out, but they would like to be perceived as women. My whole point is that, I mean, it's, if you're born with XY, I mean, that is the male chromosome. Nothing changes that. That is that you cannot change your chromosomes. That's
fine.
It can't change your phenotypic sex. So every human has, testosterone and estrogen. The way that men look like is because of male puberty. The way females look like is because of female puberty. When a trans person goes on HRT, they are going through the puberty that aligns with the biochemical makeup in their brain. So even though they're male, they want to go through female puberty. And so that's how they appear as female. And once you change that, you are phenotypically female. That's why for them, they cannot go to a male physician after a certain amount of HRT. Same thing goes for males now. But based on what you said, yes. So seeking out that transit, because there are some people that they don't take hormones, they're just able to just pass as their internalized gender based on their neurochemical construct again. They don't, but yes, that is a choice to go on hormones, but not every trans person does go on hormones. But that construct, which exists in all of our brains, is there. There's even, you can go a little bit further, that there's males and females have neurons in all of our brains. Usually males have these larger ones where females have smaller ones. And our not gray, but our white matter distribution is also different. When it comes to trans people, the three neurons that are consistent with males, in trans men, they are consistent with non-trans men, and in trans women, they are consistent with non-trans women. And we have seen that consistently, even though that, I mean, because you could just say like, oh, it's all in my head and stuff, but like we can actually physically see these consistencies within them. So again, yes, it is a choice to get surgery, to get hormones and all of that stuff, but the biochemical construct that is incongruence or not congruence of our gender as it attains to our sex at birth, that that does not change. Sorry. So
Okay.
sorry.
So that's fine. So we came to an agreement, a consensus on
Yeah.
the action, on the definition of people who are transgender and transsexual. Okay.
Right.
As far as what the world, as far as LGBT, what the T stands for are transgender and transsexual people. Okay. What I think is being conflated, okay, and what I think the other men on the panel are having problems with are people who have chemical compounds within themselves, okay, that basically, I'm going to dumb it down a little bit here, okay. Look at Lost in Translation for a second, okay. Lost, can you remove the names for a second? I want to see your mustache. Not a mustache, but your beard. There we go. See his beard? Okay. Now, you see mine? It's gone, right?
Right.
Now, that man right there, you would argue, could pass more for masculine features. And me, you would argue I pass more feminine features. Would you agree with that? And you can be honest.
I would disagree.
Lost, would you agree that you pass more for masculine features and I pass more of a feminine feature, softer feature of a man?
Yeah.
Sorry, I would
Correct.
say, yeah, I would say you pass of a softer feature for a man, but I would still
Correct.
consider you a man. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is that my father and my mother is an amalgamation of the two. I got my mother's features more than my father's. My brother, on the other hand, my younger brother, he ended up getting more of my father's features more than my mother's features. Okay, so my point that I am making, hell, I even have my grandmother's hands. Okay, but everybody on my mother's side of the family got my grandfather's hands. Okay, I am the only male that got my grandmother's hands. Okay, but don't let it fool you. Okay, we can get real in this bitch. Okay, but I survived the Marine Corps. All right, however I did it. All right, the point of the matter is that I think what you're confusing or conflating here is that there are different men. Okay, different people. Let's go with men here for a second, since we're all men. Different men have various features that makes them more brawn, brazen, and more masculine, where they're able to pass for more feminesque and more masculine. Okay, remember I told you they did a DNA, not DNA, but a genome test on me, right? And I told you that my testosterone and estrogen balance 50-50. I told you that, right?
Right.
Okay. So mentally speaking, I'm not thinking I'm more or less man, but what it does say is that physically speaking, I'm softer. This is where the pretty boy part comes in, right?
Right.
I think what people come from with that is that because I don't fit in the masculine category where I'm sitting around a bunch of men. Okay, I'm sitting around a bunch of men because don't get me wrong, I sit around a bunch of men. I'm 5'8", by the way, because I think I'm a short man, but my wife is 5'1", so I'm like 7 inches taller than her.
Yeah.
So she go put on them come fuck me heels, and then it's like, hey, you right there, but don't get twisted, girl. All right, but anyway, I had a moment there. So what is happening here is that I sit around a bunch of men and they tower over me. And so there's a moment where I feel emasculated a little bit. Why? Because I don't look like the other men. My hands are smaller than the other men. So when I go and I shake hands, I have to shake their hand with my index finger a certain way so they don't rock my goddamn knuckles. Because men like to fucking, test you. And if they squeeze your hand too tight and they squeeze your hand and your hand gives, it's a way of testing your manhood. It's a way of testing your brawn. It's a way of testing respect. I'd be good goddamn if a man squeezes my hand and I give out. Bullshit. Yeah, right. I'm going to either win or we gonna win even. And when men don't feel as though they are able to compete amongst other men, what happens? we start to feel like we don't belong there. So then what do? We start to find another outlet, another place where we can kind of sort of fit in. Maybe I belong in a category where I can be more feminine, or I can be more in place. So maybe I can put on a little eyeshadow. Maybe I can, tighten up my eyebrows or arch my eyebrows a little bit. Now, my wife tightens up my eyebrows a bit, but I will fuck somebody up if they arch them. You see what I'm saying? I will admit I am not the most masculine guy around here. And I think what ends up happening is we start conflating the two, and then we want to start making up different categories. So would you hear that argument? I know I was kind of long-winded there at 2:30 in the morning, but hearing that argument, would you acknowledge that that might be one of, no, Jody, I'm not. Would you acknowledge that that might be one of the reasons why that sometimes this conversation is conflated in a way
So,
that, go ahead.
so your argument is that so when it comes to pretty much like a biological male, if he goes up to like other males and says like, "Oh, I'm not man enough," I might fit in like other categories, and therefore he might want to, quote unquote, I guess, feminize himself and become like a woman and say like, "Oh, I may fit in this category."
And I don't mean it. Don't take it. I don't mean it in a derogatory way, but just rock with me there. Yes.
But that's what you want. But that's what you're.
In other words, he'll make a bad man, but he'll make a great woman in his mind.
Or in between. Correct.
Or somewhere in between.
What do you think?
I mean, that's not the biochemical definition of how gender identity works in the brain.
Well, it's choice, right?
No.
It's part of his choice, right?
I mean,
or is that just for the women?
No. I mean, no, both trans men and women, they have this subconscious innate.
I'm just saying they can choose to, do whatever, right?
Right. I mean, they can choose to, but the problem is, they can choose to look the way they are despite what they feel. But the problem is, and what we've observed is that gives them major discomfort to the point where they end up unaliving themselves. So, but it's not because they don't fit into one. They're like, oh, they're this, and so like, oh, I'm not manly enough, and they have to go to a category. No, that's not how that works at all. It's more like, it's more like they subconsciously feel the certain. It's when people bring up like, oh, well, if I just chopped my dick and balls off, does that make me a girl? No. If that happened to me, I would still call myself a man, despite me not having the genitals, because because if you're going by objective, if you say, oh, well, man is these sex characteristics, like, oh, well, if I take away these sex characteristics, then you can't call yourself a man. But I can call myself a man because that's how I feel. That's why, and I would be like very discomforting if for some reason if I wake up the next day, if I had like tits and a vagina and all that other stuff, I would freak the fuck out. Honestly, I would not be comfortable. I mean, the way that I am right now, I would not be comfortable at all. I do not want to be perceived as a woman at all. Like I don't want to, none of the dress, none of that. But it's the same way that goes with these people. They wake up and they're just like, oh, I'm not supposed to be like this. I don't want people to perceive me this way. And that shit, like, just like for me, if I like had to like go about my business with like tits and the vagina, all the other stuff, like, I don't know, that would stress me the fuck out. Like,
who wants to pass the trick?
Mantis, I'm gonna let you in a little secret. Boss man, I always got a trick or two up my sleeve. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
Here's the thing, Mantis, how many trans friends do you have?
3.
Have you been around them when they transition?
One of them I have.
Got the surgery and everything, right?
No, they didn't get surgery. They just got they didn't get surgery. They just got
Oh, okay. Well,
their teeth. Yeah.
well, let me let you in a little secret. I have a trans friend who went and got the surgery. Okay, and he did wake up one day and say, "Hey, you know what? I think I'm going to be a woman." He had to go a whole year dressed as a woman just to make sure that he was going to do it. And when he did it, he had the surgery, and now she's a she, you know, and went back and changed the birth certificate. Did the whole 9 yards, everything. They're officially a woman now. Equipment, everything. They had to take the hormones, the whole shooting match. So when I say I know what the fuck I'm talking about, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not just whistling Dixie out of my ass like most of these people who get on these panels who think they know what they're talking about. You understand what I'm saying? So when I say that they can wake up and decide they want to be a woman, that's what they do. It's none of this psychological bullshit, no, none of that. One day he was a he, and then the next day, hey, it's me. So it does happen. I'm speaking from experience.
Was your friend an adult?
Yes, grown-ass man.
How long
40 years old.
How long did he tell you? Well, sorry, before they transitioned, did they tell you like how long?
They did. Yeah, they told me before that. And the killing part about it is he never mentioned it beforehand. We've been friends for years. Now all of a sudden, you know, he want to be a woman.
Did you mention like when he was younger, he always thought this?
No. He had girlfriends and all that stuff.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, no. I mean,
that's a trick for your ass, man.
Yeah, that's a trick for your ass, buddy.
Well, I
See,
mean,
here's my thing, man. A lot of times people think that we just get on these shows and we just be talking just to be talking. I'm telling you from experience, that's what they do.
Right. I mean, I believe because that's
this ain't no classroom bullshit.
That's
or that other stuff, you know, that people take and they do theory and all this other stuff.
But that's
I'm telling you, that's what they do.
Yeah, I mean, no, I believe you because your personal experience is your personal experience, but your personal experience doesn't extrapolate to the broader idea. What do you present?
But it leans to the possibility, right? So that means it's a part of the equation that we talked about earlier, right? You can't disqualify my anecdotal evidence because it doesn't fit your narrative. Just like you tried to tell us a minute ago.
Right. No, I don't disqualify it, but
wait, let me finish. About those instances we talked about with my body, my choice, and you're using the very minute point that something may happen versus the majority of what happens, like we tried to explain to you earlier. So now that I tell you I have an experience that it happens, then all of a sudden my experience don't count. But you want us to count your experience. That doesn't add up.
No,
it's not
beforehand, you was thinking I was just being an asshole. No, I was forcing you to think.
I never thought
I was forcing you to think. No. I was forcing you to think because earlier when you were talking about Trump, you're a regular chatty patty. So now I pull out the big joke on your ass. Now all of a sudden it's a problem. You know, you don't want to add my anecdotal evidence.
No.
The possibility is still there.
No, I mean your anecdotal evidence. I mean that's your personal experience. I can't take away from that from you. But then we also have other people who also have anecdotal evidence that's on contrary to your.
No. Let me explain something to you.
That's why.
No. Let me stop your bullshit. I'm gonna tell you why. Because he had to go to meetings with other people just like him before he transitioned. So there were more of him. So it's not anecdotal at this point. At this point, it's a pretty nice size sample size. So you can't just brush my shit under the table like you do everybody else and say, you know what, we're not going to use your anecdotal evidence. I'm telling you, he had to go to meetings with other people just like him. It's required before they do the surgery.
No, I would say that. No.
Yes.
Wait.
I'm telling you.
No,
I'm telling you.
What you said is
no. What I'm trying to tell you. What I'm trying to tell you. What you tried to do
No.
What you tried to do is you tried to sun my experience. That's what you tried to do. But you don't want us to do the same thing for you. That's
No, you can't.
hypocritical.
It's just no, you can. No, your experience is valid. I believe you,
But
but
why did you try to say it's anecdotal and it don't count?
because it is an anecdote. Everything that you just said is an anecdote. And then if you
And I
said
just told you,
no, if you
just told you he had to go to meetings with other people just like him.
correct,
Before he
if you
transitioned.
extrapolate that on the whole thing as a whole, then that would be a hasty generalization, which is also
No,
fallacious.
it's not. If it's it took him 2 years to do this. That's
That is
not hasty.
no, that's not what hasty generalization means. It's just that you have a sample size that is too small, such as your friend and the group that they went with, and you try to categorize
Well,
that.
let me ask you this: what's a healthy, normal sample size that counts? Give me a number.
I mean, maybe like 1,000 to 1,500 people.
How many people actually transition per year? That's off the top of your head.
The last time I checked, the amount of people who went on HRT, it was like.
No. I ain't talking about HRT. I'm talking about that actually transition. You know, some people back out of that shit.
Wait, you mean the surgery?
Yes.
The
whole shebang bang.
So not all the majority of trans people don't really get surgeries, according to the evidence that we have.
That's my point, my boy.
But just because, so you're excluding the people who. So
I didn't exclude nobody.
No, wait.
I didn't exclude nobody. As a matter of fact, I added to the total.
I'm sorry. Let me follow that back up. So,
boss man, can you look that up for me, man? How many people actually transition?
I'm looking it up
Thank
now.
you.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
so do you only count people who get the surgeries as transsexuals, not just the ones that don't get surgeries but do the HRT?
We're talking everybody. The people who actually do the deed.
So you're only referring to people who get the surgery.
The people who get the big chop, baby.
I mean, that's only one part of gender affirming care. Like I said, majority of trans people get the surgeries.
So what are the other ones doing? Just trying out drugs?
No. HRT is essentially, they just go through. So, for example, if you're biologically female, you go through male puberty. If you're biologically male, you go to female puberty.
Why do they do that?
To change their phenotype.
To what?
Female. And so, I mean, if it's trans women, then if you're biologically male, then you change your phenotype. Anybody can change their phenotype. That's why we look like the way we are. The reason why I look like this with my beard and all this other stuff is because I went through male puberty. That's what trans people are doing when they go on HRT. They're male, and then
Now I got it.
Thank you.
So you actually you actually a trans. We're never gonna be able to make. You know what? I'm done with this argument because guess what? Because you just told us right now your identity or your transformation, there is no way we can change your mind because guess what?
you can change my mind. I'm
No,
open.
That was, I don't do that kind of thing. I don't. No. I don't. I'm not in the business of changing nobody's mind. You go do your thing, bro. As long as you, if you just a regular man and we talking, but if you're already in the community, I don't have anything to talk because it's just I don't have a discussion to argue with people. I don't do that because guess what? To me, it's a waste of my time. But I'm gonna be listening to you guys. Huh?
Appreciate it, Anthony.
No, I'm
Boss
sorry.
man, what did you find?
So I don't know how to actually share a screen or share just a window. So so it only goes back to, and this is the National Institute of Health, I think it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, NIH. Okay, so I gotta read the whole thing because it splits up badly. All right, so a total of 48,019 patients who underwent gender affirming surgery, that's what GAS means, were identified, including 25,999 or 52.3% who were the age of 19 and 30 years. 30 years old. The most common procedures were breast and chest procedures, which occurred in 27,187 patients, or 56.6%, followed by genital reconstruction surgery. I think that's what you're looking for. That was 16,872, or 35.1%, and other facial cosmetic surgeries. So that's 35.1%, and that was back in the peak of 2019, and slightly declined to 12,818 in 2020. So roughly 35%. So 35% of people who fit into the LGBTQ community.
No,
So
you were that was just for. Were you looking up like surgeries?
So literally the genital reconstruction surgery specifically, 35.1% of people within that community.
Well, I assume that's only for like trans or like for binary people, but that's not a sexual orientation. Your gender is different from your sexual orientation.
Well, no,
we
I'm
talking about the
just
surgery,
saying,
bro.
Just number of people. I'm saying obviously these are not people in the entire population. These are just people that fit into the LGBTQ community, extrapolating from the entire population. If that makes sense.
Right.
Okay.
So 1,000 would probably be an unreasonable number since the number is so small.
Correct.
So, yeah. I mean, the thing with trans people is they're only a small percent of the population.
Correct. So by you asking me to get 1,000 people sample size is unrealistic. That's what I'm trying to point to.
Correct.
So I'm trying to tell you that my sample size is a normal sample size of about 20 people. Okay. Compared to the total number of people that we're talking about. So in other words, it can't be anecdotal.
It's still anecdotal.
It cannot be anecdotal if it's an official sample size. The sample size that you are asking for is more of a larger portion of. It's like he said, it's about 35%. That's a huge number, man.
But your
sample size doesn't have to be 35%. It could be something as small
but
as
you claim that the people in the group, the 20, represents the whole idea as a whole.
Correct.
That's where the fallacious.
Correct. But you're asking for 1,000.
I mean, I may be wrong about that, which I mean.
Let me ask you a question. Could it be the possibility? Listen, could it be the possibility that you're wrong about this other stuff too, since you could be possibly wrong about using such a large sample size?
No, I'm pretty stern in my beliefs, just based off of the neurochemical biology and how it's presented. That I stand by.
I'm pretty sure you will. Boss man, I'm going to let you in a little secret, man. There's this thing that I got memorized. It's called "A man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still." My thing is this: we've already tried with this gentleman. And even to the point where we said, hey, you know what? We have instances where this doesn't count. You know, he still wants to discount, you know, our examples, but he wants to count his examples. That's cool.
No.
Listen, that's cool.
No.
However y'all want to play the game, but my thing is this. I'm explaining to you the same way I explained to somebody else who came up on this channel who tried to do the exact same thing. People don't dislike people from the LBGT community and those who support them. They dislike the disingenuous arguments that they bring to the table when they refuse to acknowledge facts over feelings. That does not endear you to anybody. That's bad business. That's bad conversation. And that doesn't lend you to having constructive conversations if you move the goalposts. And nothing nobody else says counts. And you can just say, hey, your point don't count. Because we didn't do that to you. We actually heard you out.
listen to what you had to say. But the minute that we bring the counter argument to the point with stats and facts and data, and you brush it aside and say, hey, you know what? Your information doesn't count.
No, I never said that your information doesn't count.
You
All I
did.
just said was, no, I didn't say that. All I said was that you using your friends in that group of 20 people and using a hasty generalization to conclude that everyone
I didn't say that. I just said it was a possibility. That's what I said.
It could
go
be
back and run the tape. I said it's a possibility.
Could be a possibility.
It's a possibility. Listen, it's a possibility. The same way y'all tried to use the argument with abortion when it comes to rape and incest and all this other stuff, the small, minute possibility that may happen, to make sure that you put a rule or a blanket over the whole entire situation.
I mean, in order to conclude, you would need, I mean, well, regardless if it's a possibility, in order to confirm that something is the way that it is, this is why empiricism and empirical evidence must, you have to
listen,
empirically.
Listen, you can dress it up how you want to do it.
That's
my
how
thing is this. Listen, no. You can dress it up. Listen. You can dress it up however you want to do it. But the bottom line is this: if I listen to you and I take what you say and say, hey, you know what? You're right. And if I do the exact same thing on the other end of the equation, you tell me I'm wrong, we can't do business, man. We can't do business.
No, I'm not saying that you are wrong. It's just that what you brought up is indeed a hasty generalization, because you only use 20 people to generalize the entire group of and how trans people and gender identity in the brain works as like, oh, it's only a choice because of my 20 group of friends did X. And so I'm going to appoint that to the entire category. That's what I was bringing up. I'm not saying that what you said.
No, but actually, that is how studies are made and samples are collected. You got to take, it's just like during an election, right? Let's say the presidential election that is going on right now. You're not going to go sample 150 million Americans that are going to vote. No, you're going to take 1,000, 2,000. So what they will do is that major newspapers or maybe the polling companies, they will take sample of 1,000 of each polling company. Maybe there might be about 20 or 40 polling companies. In total, they get maybe about 600,000 people or way less than that. And that gives them almost near plus minus 3% of accuracy. So it's how, if there are 1,000 of them of transgenders, 20 people out of that 1,000 is a huge number.
Yes, it
and
is.
Still, the percentage of accuracy is going to be plus minus 3. That's so don't you can't take 1,000 people's if you do studies or do research, if you ever do studies or research, that's how it's done. In everything, that's how it's done. You got to take sample, just like if you want to calculate. Let's just say right now, you let me use an engineering as an example. If you want to know the thickness or the weight or the strength of an object, right? Of a material, or maybe like you see the fuselage of a plane, right?
Right.
You want to know how thick that aluminum is. All you gotta do is just cut a little sample, just a little sample. You don't have to take the whole fuselage. No, you just take a little sample. You go to your stress machine, and you do the tensile stress of it. When you do that tensile stress, it tells you the strength of the whole fuselage. So that's how samples are taken. That's how studies are done. You don't have to do the whole thing. That's going to be waste of money and waste of time.
Yeah, that's coming from an engineer.
Uh,
That's coming from somebody who studied a long time. Am I not right, Ikene?
You're right.
Yes.
Excuse me,
You're right.
Mr. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
how many states of matter are there?
States of matter.
The
Is
states
it
of matter.
okay? I think you may have been misunderstanding. If you say state of element, how many elements are there in the world? I can
No,
say 108. I'm
no,
coming.
the states of matter.
How many states of matter?
Yeah,
No,
liquid, solid, gas, plasma.
Okay, you're talking about the state of regular matter. They have these three states.
no,
Three
no. Lost in translation. Got it. No, that's why I was just no because
No,
I
no. Go
no
ahead.
yeah no that's what I
It's
was
three
no
states, but go ahead.
no. There's four.
How is it four? It's three.
Plasma, plasma is the fourth one.
Okay, okay, no. They don't do that. They don't add plasma when we discuss states of matter. States of matter is solid, liquid, and gas.
Plasma is the fourth one.
Okay. Plasma is the fourth one because of is medical. Is because of medical. We don't use that in engineering or any
I see.
science field.
Because you can't build nothing with plasma. That's why.
You can't. That's right. Okay. Yeah.
No,
Okay.
no.
That's what you're saying.
Plasma is what stars are made out of.
We don't use
We can't build.
plasma.
We
That's
can't
for
use
medical
stars.
field. We only use three. That's it.
No, I'm just saying
Go ahead.
it is recognized that there are four states of matter because plasma
But
can
we don't use.
turn into gas and no, I'm just saying in the universe, four
Okay.
plasma can turn into gas, which
Yes.
way of turning into
Yes.
other elements. That's what I meant. No, my whole point is that why I brought that up is just like with new research available, what we used to know, for example, like it was taught like for all this time there were three states of matter until we found a new state with like with more research essentially. This is where I'm coming from. Like I don't presuppose that there's like the world is supposed to work in a certain way. All science is studying how things are right now in our world. It doesn't say like, oh, it's supposed to work this way, this way, this way. It's just what is. And my whole point of and because the reason why I come here is not to say that because my position is like, oh, not, oh, hey, these poor trans people are better than you, blah 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 blah. No, that's a moral claim. That I'm not saying they're not. They're just people. I don't put like moral categories of people just how they're born. I know some people do, and that kind of seems the issue because now you have people that it's like, oh well, if my child was born like this, well, they're not supposed to because that's bad in my view. So I should intervene, which going back to what Bossman said, yes, I fully support a parent having a say on like what their child should be doing. But then I also accept there's a reality that if a child is scared to come out to their parent because of what they might do after saying like, you know what, I don't feel this way that you taught me to be. I feel like there should be something that can be done to help that child. I don't believe that this whole thing is being these are just people that exist. I don't think that this is a subject that I think is taught extensively in schools like it's supposed to be some part of the school curriculum. I believe what is just happening is that, oh, by the way, these certain people exist. Now let's go back to reading history. Let's go back to reading math. And you know what? These people exist and that's fine. Let's make everybody comfortable so that way they can study. I don't think that there's like a 500-page thing going on where teachers are sitting down and telling students the ins and outs and all this stuff. As far as like in Oklahoma, we're like one of like the lowest states right now in education, and no one can talk about gender here. No one can talk about gender here anytime. Like you can't even say like, oh, there's some people that have two dads and two moms or whatever because they sexualize these people and they classify it as porn. which is not, because it's just about attraction. Who you sleep with is irrelevant, because a person who is straight, who is a virgin, is still straight. He's like, I'm a man, I still like women, I've never been with, but I still like it. It's all about attraction. That's all about
Let me
what
ask you a question. You said it's irrelevant, right?
right.
So why teach it in school?
Because people like that exist independent, and people are going to experience people like that in real life, and there's like, oh hey, well,
let me ask you another question.
Sorry.
In Oklahoma, do you have Eskimo studies?
Eskimo studies.
Yes, those people exist too. So why are we leaving them out?
Well, no, Eskimos are just an indigenous group of people.
But do you have the class? That's what I'm asking.
No, but the thing is,
why not?
Because that is an indigenous culture of people. Your orientation is not a culture. It's just something ingrained in humans as a whole. In our society, there's not Eskimos in our society.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you guys have African American studies?
Yes.
Why not Eskimos?
I mean, you can go to the library.
Aren't they important? Well, my question is this. How come we can't let the LGBT community go to the library too with the Eskimos?
They have sections of books with them. That's another thing.
So why? Here's the thing: if we don't have Eskimos in class, like the LGBTQ community, and you're saying that the Eskimos should go to the library, I think the LGBTQ community should go to the library too.
But there are kids who have parents who are LGBT.
And there are kids who have parents who are Eskimos.
But there's a more prevalence of people in our society who are LGBT.
We don't know that, man, because we don't study Eskimos, man. I think they're pretty important too.
Right, but Eskimos only live in a certain area, right. Whereas LGBTQ people, it's global.
Well, how come we don't have Eskimos everywhere? Don't you think they have a right to live in different places too?
I mean, if they choose to, but if they just want to stick to wherever places they want to.
Okay. How come we don't have a studies class on Eskimos? Right.
I mean, like I said, it's just a culture. Whereas,
that's even more reason to have the studies class of culture, because we don't know. Just like the LGBTQ community wants people to understand them, I think the Eskimo people think that other people need to understand them as well too.
But it's not. But LGBT is not a culture. It's just a subset of just like
it's people, man.
Ethnicity and LGBTQ.
It's people, man. It's all about people, right? What if there was an Eskimo chick who decided that she wanted to have an abortion? Would you want to hear her story?
Sure.
Oh, so now you want to hear about her story that now she has an abortion. Now that she didn't have an abortion, you just wanted to send her to the library, right?
No, she had a story about her having an abortion. It's about her having an abortion. Her being Eskimo is irrelevant.
So it's more important that she had an abortion than the fact that she's an Eskimo.
I mean, it's how you word the story. I mean, like if she wants to tell in her experience of having an abortion, then the topic is about the abortion, not the fact that she's an Eskimo. I don't know what that has to do with Eskimos if the topic is about abortion.
So why don't we just talk about LGBT community people just being people and not the fact that they like to have sex a certain way?
Because it's not about sex.
What is it about?
Attraction, like I said.
Well,
sex is attractions.
If that's the case, then why won't y'all let the maps people in y'all group?
Because that is great.
Oh, boy, I thought it was all about attraction.
Who they're attracted to results in great. whereas two consensual adults, whether heterosexual or homosexual.
Well, let me ask you this. Remember, in California, kids can actually go get a change, right, without their parents' consent, right?
No.
Come on now. Let's be honest. Let's tell the truth now.
Are you talking about the bill that was mentioned before?
Yes, the bill you mentioned earlier. I'm bringing it all back up.
I don't remember if it was. I think somebody else mentioned the one guy that was here before, but no. I mean, if it's, I have to look at the bill, but I mean, the way that gender affirming care is set up, it's usually something that has to be agreed upon by the kid and the parents.
It's like you said earlier, man, with science, man. It's just we hadn't caught up to the science yet, you know. That's what you said. I didn't say that.
No, I would say that we should take the science into consideration because, I mean, there could be like a lot of misinformation, like with people.
Hey, I'm just saying, man. You said it. The science hadn't caught up yet, so eventually, that's what's going to be on the table, right? If it's all about attraction, right?
I mean, essentially, it is all about attraction, but that doesn't mean that we can permit certain things.
We didn't say nothing about preventing. We just talking about scientific now.
No, not prevention. No, I mean, if you want to, yes, it is about attraction. Like everyone, like that's the whole thing. Heterosexual, gay, it is about your attraction. Because if you're a virgin and you still have these attractions, you having sex, it doesn't matter. But going back to what you said about like the maps, no, I mean those attractions exist, but those lead to grape. That's statutory grape. Whereas
that's what it's called today. Tomorrow it may be called something else. The way y'all change the definition of everything. You know what I'm saying? Just like science. Just like earlier you said about science. You know, it hadn't caught up with everybody yet. It's not acceptable yet. You know.
Why would it be acceptable?
That's the same thing I'm asking you about this other stuff.
So, I mean, I just explained how all that, how gender identity works in the brain for all people, but I don't. So what's
my whole thing is, why are we ignoring the maps people? Because it doesn't fit your letter in the alphabet of the LGBT community.
Because it leads to rape. It leads to harm to minors.
Oh, how do you know the minors are being harmed?
Because
what if they? Hey, let me ask you this: what if they changed the law and said it was okay? Would y'all let them in?
No.
Why not?
Because minors can't consent to sex with adults.
So why are y'all letting minors make the decision on what they should do with their body when they're minors?
They're not making. No child can make a medical decision.
That ain't what California said.
No, it is gender affirming care is a decision made by the parents after the child comes to them, and then the psychologists, and then their doctors afterwards.
Listen. The reason why I said that, man, because it's all BS. People make up stuff and move goalposts to satisfy whatever it is they need to get satisfied. And if anybody else tries to bring up whatever it is they need to bring up or counter that, then all of a sudden it gets brushed to the side and says, hey, your viewpoint doesn't count. You can't operate like that. You can't tell other people that your situation is better than somebody else's situation because you want to get done what you need to get done. And if somebody else says, hey, I don't think that's right, you can't just sweep it on the rug and say, hey, you know what? You're wrong and you don't know what you're talking about. That's not how democracy works. That's not how science works. That's not how any of this works. You can't change the definitions of stuff just because you want your way.
I mean, all words are made up. I mean, definitions change.
No, but words are agreed upon. That's why we have dictionaries and we pass them out. That's why we have Google.
Dictionaries tell you how a word is colloquially used, but they're descriptive.
A dictionary is an agreed upon bunch of words and meanings. I assure you, if you take the definition of a cat and you put it in a dictionary in Alabama and you take it to Russia, it's still gonna mean the same thing because it's agreed upon. Now, my thing is this: what I don't like is I don't like when people like to take stuff and make their own dictionary and force everybody else to read their version of the dictionary when everybody else got something different that we agreed upon. That's the issue.
I don't presuppose that.
You know, I didn't ask you to think. I'm just telling you what they're doing is wrong. You can't change the definition of stuff midstream. That'll be like if we're playing a football game. My team is the Dallas Cowboys, and Boss Man's team is the Kansas City Chiefs. So when the Cowboys score a touchdown, it's 7 points. But when the Kansas City Chiefs score a touchdown, it's 40 points because they feel like it. That's not how that works, man. We have a set. We have an agreed upon set of rules before we start the game. Touchdowns are 6 points. Extra points are 1. You know what I'm saying? Your touchdowns don't mean more than mine. Or you be having a disingenuous argument. That's all I'm saying. You can't change the definition of words midstream.
I mean, you can change the definitions of
No,
words.
you cannot.
Why is Pluto?
Because we did not agree upon it. We did not agree upon that. You can't make me agree to something I don't want to agree to.
Do you believe Pluto is a planet?
I don't care if Pluto is a planet.
I mean,
it could be a dwarf planet for all I care. Listen, I'm the wrong person for you to play these games with. Boss man to tell you, I'm very well educated and astute to what you're doing. My thing is this: when you pull up these straw man arguments, I'm not the one to trifle with. I've had my fill with people who are a little bit more squishier than you. Okay, boss man will tell you I will nail you to that old rugged cross, just like I did a few minutes ago, and you know I won, and you don't want to let it go.
Last thing I said was a straw man.
It was a straw man argument.
What was my straw man?
Your straw man was when you tried to make my argument a disingenuous argument by saying it was anecdotal. You swept it under the rug.
Because it is anecdotal.
It's not.
It is.
I asked you for a sample size, and you gave me a number that's greater than the normal sample size, which leads me to believe that you don't know what you're talking about.
No, any anecdotal.
And that's the main reason why you asked Ekene a minute ago about what were the 4 states of matter, knowing full well he was going to leave out plasma in the beginning. I knew what you were going to do before you did it. That's why I said plasma. I'm always 4 steps ahead of y'all, man.
Who's y'all?
You and your buddies.
Who are my buddies?
Your buddies are the people you align yourselves with. And you can fill in the blank of whoever your buddies is. You can add whoever it is you want to add. I'm telling you, I'm not the one to trifle with.
No, all I'm just saying is that you used a anecdote because you used
brother, listen, the reason why I use that is because y'all tried to use grape and incest as the rule for the majority of why y'all talk about women's rights for reproduction. Yes.
I don't get who's this y'all. But.
Yes, you and your friends over there across the aisle, the ones riding that donkey.
Talking about Democrats.
Yes, the ones riding them donkeys.
I'm an independent. So.
It don't matter. You align yourself with them anyway. You can call yourself an independent all you want to. You still behave like them. Yeah.
Who I behave like.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I put it to like this, gentlemen.
I don't
talk about me a little bit.
Listen, gentlemen, it has been fun. And here's the good thing about being the co-host of the show. The show ends when I say it ends. Manny, I bid you a good night. It has been fun. Hope that you come back. Boss man, did you have any more final words before we get up out of
here? Sure. I just shoot 3:14. Look, I try to offer as objective as possible to keep it balanced. I hope conversations like this obviously continue. Mantis, good to see you. Good to see you again for sure. Hopefully we can meet in the middle on some of these things, and hopefully learn to think objectively about both of our sides of things, especially as we go into this political climate. But other than that, it's been well.
Thank you. Akane, did you want to leave us with a final word, sir?
Yeah, all I gotta say is that it was a good argument. It was a good conversation. Um, one thing is this, right? Fact is fact. Opinion can be changed. When you're dealing with opinion, right? You can make it up as you go. You can adjust it as you go. You can move goalposts. You can twist it. You can confuse people. You can make up words because you just dealing in opinion. But fact is stubborn. The reason why fact is stubborn is this: fact is truth. It's not your truth. It's not my truth. It's the truth. You can't change it. And a lot of people that operate in opinion just don't like it. When you bring up facts, they get mad. And sometimes they get violent because fact is stubborn. One thing that we know in this life is this: you can do whatever you want to do based on how you feel, but you can't change nature. Nature is nature. That's just what it is. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Mantis, just to show you that I'm a gentleman and a scholar, I'm going to let you have the last word, okay? Final thoughts.
I'm just going to say thank y'all so much for inviting me over. And I was just paying attention to everybody's thought points and views, and just mainly just wanted just to get on here to just make sure that I'm very concise of what I think, and just to make sure to not spread any misinformation. But as far as the topic goes with today, I mean, I see all sides of the viewpoints why somebody would want to vote for Kamala Harris versus not. I don't really believe that voting for her makes one like not less of a man or anything like that, because I just find that somewhat subjective. But anyway, I mean, at the end of the day, you can vote for whomever. This is a democracy. Vote for who you think serves your best interest. I actually had really fun, and I hope to have more discussions in the future. I wasn't trying to be disingenuous at all. Tried to state everything as factual and tried to call out, some fallacies that I saw them. That's all it is, just to have a conversation back and forth. But overall, yeah, no, I had fun, and I hope to have more conversations in the future.
Indeed. Just to let you know, man, there's no ill will.
Right.
Over here, iron sharpens iron, man. And we really do appreciate your perspective, because the last thing we want to do is have an echo chamber where nobody else who has thinks differently, us, can have the platform. I appreciate you coming out, man. As always, I'm going to thank you for coming out. Those who are watching at home, make sure you guys hit the like button. Make sure you guys hit subscribe. And make sure y'all share, man. We're trying to grow this channel, man, one person at a time. So I appreciate y'all coming out. This has been a very spirited debate. I'm going to thank you guys for coming out to another Black Man Unfiltered version of Flipping Tables with BMU and LIT. Everybody, y'all have a good night. Peace.